Pues buenos días a todas y a todos, también a
Good
aquellos que
morning,
nos estén
everyone.
siguiendo por
Those of
internet.
you who are
Bueno, pues
here
es
and
el
those
récord.
of you who
Tenemos
are
más de
following
100
us online, we
personas
have
inscritas que nos siguen
more
online,
than 100
de más de
people
20 países,
that have
tanto de Europa
registered
como de
to
América Latina
listen to us
y de...
online in Europe and the Caribbean and Latin America. You can follow us online on the YouTube channel, both in English and Spanish. This is the second day of this working group, EU-LAC relations, certainty in the light of the common global challenges. Yesterday we talked about the recommendations, the roadmap created by the summit in Brussels in July last year. We talked about multilateralism, trade, global gateway, digital transformation, green transition, climate change, security, and safety and justice. And another important summit is the Latin American Summit that took place last week in Cuenca in Ecuador. We have the ambassador here. Thank you. And we will be talking about that. That's why we have Jose Federico Ludovice, the Deputy General Secretary of the ICG. He will be talking about the results of that summit and the analysis of this 28th summit that took place in Cuenca, in Ecuador. It was about fundamental topics such as innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. So welcome, Mr. Lodovici. You have the floor. Thank you. First of all, thank you, dear Director of the Juste Foundation, Juan Carlos Moreno Piñero. And this is very important for me, being here in Guadalupe is such an iconic place in Spain. It's a great pleasure. This is the region where Charles V spent his last years. He was the great leader of the world of his time. And at the end of his life, he said, "Si gloria transit mundi." He was very smart and clever. And we know that he understood that he had to get rid of his powers and understand that most things in life are not really important. They are like very transient. So going back to the Cuenca Summit, and Wilmer Andrade, who was there, the ambassador was already also there during that work. My intervention has the following structure. First, the context of the summit. It wasn't very easy, as you might imagine. There was a problem, maybe a problem with dates for the organization that had some consequences. I also want to talk about the situation of the diplomacy in Ecuador. We are all aware of it. I don't want to talk about politics because it's not my job. Well, there was some security problems, regional tensions. But even so, I will be talking to you about the commitment of the Latin American community and about the works of that community, both at a political and at an operational level. And then what's coming next? It also depends of the Spanish side. Carmen, the ambassador, will talk about it, I'm sure. So that's the framework for my talk. I would also like to thank the authorities of Ecuador for organizing the summit, also the Foreign Office and the SPT in Ecuador, and the colleagues. I would work with Jaime Berberes, the deputy minister. It was a very complex situation, and he led all the work of the national coordinators in a very professional way. So the pro tempore, the interim secretariat of Ecuador, was marked by the change of term, the change of office, because of the government, the term of the office, Guillermo Lasso, and then the arrival of Daniel Novoa in November 2023. The new administration, the new cabinet, found the summit and the motto already defined. The concept note was already defined, and the timeline was already defined by the previous government. So, of course, they had to stick to it. So, there was a complete change of teams inside the government, which, of course, didn't make it any easy for the work to move on. There were many meetings that were already scheduled. There was also some problems with the dates. Sajib talked about it with the SPT because the dates that we have chosen all clashed with other dates. The summit took place on the 15th of November under the circumstances. And at the same time, there was the high-level week of the APEC in Lima, and then the G20 summit. So this prevented the leaders from such countries as Peru and Brazil to attend our summit, the Cuenca summit. That is the reality, and well, these things happen. And then we have to talk about the diplomacy, the diplomatic situation in Ecuador. We all know that we have some incidents with Mexico. There were some clashes in April 2024. The practical consequence is that there was a complete rupture of the diplomatic relations between Ecuador and Mexico, and then with Nicaragua and Venezuela. Those three countries, of course, declined the invitation to the summit. However, their absence in the summit didn't mean that they didn't take place in an active role in the reports and the communication, which shows that they have a deep commitment with the Latin American community. So they didn't go to the summit because of the diplomatic situation. There was also some security problems which were unimportant, but they were flagged by the Ecuador chancellor during the press conference when she said that some mandatories said that they couldn't attend the summit because there were some security problems in Ecuador. I did not feel that security in Ecuador, but I'm not a chief of state or maybe an important target. But well, this is a quote. This is something the chancellor said. What about the regional tension or strains for the last year or the last 2 years? There was some regional problems that we all know. I'm not comment that. I'm not going to make any remark between Mexico and Spain. Between Venezuela and Argentina, there was a whole process. There was an election in Argentina that caused kind of a turmoil with several, or a clash. Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Salvador, Guatemala, Panama, and Peru. And the results of the elections, as announced by President Maduro, the light of the elections created a very complex issue because he didn't know he ignored the results. There was also an incident between Argentina and Spain. The ambassador in Argentina, it was about the ambassador in Argentina and the words by President Milei that were not welcome in Madrid. And the Spanish ambassador to Buenos Aires had to leave. I think there are some improvements in the relations between Spain and Argentina. It's going little by little back to normal because fortunately, Argentina and Spain have a very solid and strong relationship. And I think they can move it to another stage of the process. I hope. There were some problems between Brazil and Venezuela because Lula somehow vetoed Venezuela from entering the BRICS in October 2024. Also between Argentina and Cuba, that led to the expelling of Trina Mondino because of the embargo to Cuba. There was also an underlying problem for that summit that maybe prevented us from having like a normal declaration at the end of it. So all these intertwined topics split the international community in two sides, and also many countries in the Latin American continent. We have some underlying questions and issues that are not related to these specific questions that need an answer. There was, this is the ongoing situation in Ukraine and the recent US elections, conflicts between Israel and Palestine. Of course, these are breaking points. Each country has its own opinion. We have many differences among us. And then I would like to talk about the second item, the commitment with the Latin American community, because even if there are certain factors against certain problems that I have just described, all the leaders insisted on their commitment with the community, manifested through several aspects. For example, they might not seem important, but they are. For example, paying the dues to the ECG. The percentage of payment is around 94%, which shows that it can continue working. This is a situation that is appreciated. The second positive factor is the participation in the previous process, because all the countries took place in the meetings, the preparatory meetings for the summit, before the approval of the summit, for example, the declaration. Well, there was a political declaration, special communications, and the action plan, which is critical for the working of the CGIP. And then the third item is the approval of instruments. We voted on our budget, which is mandatory, and some other plans that were approved by a consensus, which shows the willingness of the countries of this community to keep on working in spite of the political differences that I just described. Even if there was no necessary consensus for the declaration, and at the end, only 19 countries signed it, included Venezuela, which didn't attend the summit. Well, we managed to adapt a declaration in the framework of the summit that highlights the importance of the community. The main topic was Article 5, the embargo to Cuba, where Argentina and Cuba didn't reach an agreement. And that stopped or paralyzed the whole declaration. What about the important interventions? There were many interventions, many speakers in the Chancellor's meeting and in the plenary meeting of chiefs of state and of government. They insisted on the importance of protecting the Latin American acquis and the need to protect the community as a valuable space for dialogue and cooperation, which is very positive in my opinion. Then about participation. In spite of everything, in spite of all, even if the summit had a low level of presence of chiefs of states, all countries sent representatives except the 3 countries that I mentioned earlier. In spite of the differences between the delegations, none of them draw from the negotiation process. No country threatened to withdraw from the community, to leave the community, like what happened in COP25, where the Argentinian delegation withdrew from the negotiation process. The third item here is about the work of the Ibero-American community. There are 2 levels, the political level and the operational level. The operational level is a strict responsibility of the SUGIP because it's the permanent body for institutional, technical, and administrative support for the Latin America community. And it is working normally. We are honoring the mandate, the summit, especially the Santo Domingo summit, to the implementation of the Ibero-American Charter of Principles and Rights in digital environments, the environmental chart, the critical route for food security, and the special communication on international financial architecture. We're also promoting the programs, initiatives for Ibero-American cooperation decided by PIPA after the approval in Cuenca of the first cooperation initiative for the development of video games, 31 so far. We are working on an intense activity and many projects for priority spaces in Latin American cooperation for knowledge, culture, social cohesion, for example, gender, environment, innovation. We are working with the Ibero-American networks. In our registry, we have 25 networks, and 2 networks are now in the process of becoming members before the end of this year. And there have been many meetings that enrich the cooperation between local governments, civil society, for the first time with the support of the UCI. And during the Spanish SPT, we need an institutionalization of parliament meetings, for which we have already done some processes. We reinforced the role of operators in Cuenca. There was the creation of the Ibero-American Center for Development Administration as an advisory body, and now India has applied to become a social observer. What's next? I think Spain was chosen by a consensus, was elected to be the next pro tempore secretariat, the next SPT, and all of the countries said that the Spanish pro tempore secretariat will be a success. And this is very important at this critical point of time. Spain needs to be leading this because it will be attractive. It can attract many more bodies and people. The action plan approved by the summit will be used as a roadmap for the work of the CGIP for 2 more years so that we can guarantee our operations. CGIP will continue to implement the mandates coming from the Santo Domingo Summit, digital, environmental, food security, financial architecture mandates, and all of this coming from the Cuenca Action Plan, youth employment, title and degrees recognition, security, among others. And now we have a proposal for a regional posture for the next meeting on development, financial development in June 2025. And now the third action plan for 4 years is fully executed, Patsy, which guarantees that Ibero-American cooperation will keep on working, will keep on being implemented based on what the countries themselves have agreed upon. So this is the possible result of these summits. And I don't want to use this kind of journalist language, success, failure, etc. No, this is really complex and has many nuances. So we have to take into account the difficult context, regional and world context. But of course, we also need to understand that the Spanish SPT will keep on working hand in hand with us so that we can have a great 2026 summit that will be very successful, that will keep on feeding this fruitful relationship in this family of Ibero-American countries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ludovice, for this presentation where you exposed all the more controversial aspects that may be considered as something that is not positive, as you mentioned at the end of your presentation. You were not trying to be journalistic, but realistic. And I think we all understand the current circumstances and how difficult the agenda of these days is. There have been countless international meetings that make the agendas of the different heads of states and politicians to be hard to handle with all these different circumstances. We want to keep and retain this positive message. There has been a statement that was supported by a large majority of the participants with the inclusion of new observers that are very powerful. So the hope is that we will be able to keep improving in the next summit. However, we will keep addressing this topic in the next panel. We're going to take a very short break to change the panel, and we're going to invite the panelists of this next segment of the morning. The microphone is working. Okay, so after hearing Mr. Ludovici, we're going to hear the presentation by the Secretary General of the Ibero-American Organization of States. He's going to tell us about his impressions about what happened in Ecuador. We're going to hear a series of presentations that may be the response to what the previous speaker said, or you may make your own observations on behalf of the organizations that you represent. We're going to start by giving the floor to the speakers in the order that they appear in the agenda. We're going to hear Mr. Mariano Jabonero, then there has been a change in the agenda, and we're going to have the Organization of Ibero-American States present here. Mr. Jabonero, you have the floor. Welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the Juste Foundation for inviting me to be here. I wish to greet you all on behalf of Mr. Jabonero. Mr. Jabonero wasn't able to come here, so we have Andres Delich on behalf of the organization. Mr. Jabonero had to stay in the meeting after the G20 meeting for a few days, so I'm here replacing Mr. Jabonero. Mr. Ludovici started giving a great explanation of what the summit was. So please let me tell you about the OEI, the Organization of Ibero-American States is governed by the education ministers of Ibero-American ministers, and it was founded, the OEI was founded in 1949, and it processes 600 projects, mostly in the basic areas for which it was created 75 years ago: education, science, and culture. Ibero-American cooperation includes different organizations, cooperation organizations, and the youngest one, the newest one, is the SECIB. The summits come from a political decision made by governments to take a step forward in the Ibero-American integration in the wake of something that was already happening. The Ibero-American society and community, existed before the summits happened, and it will continue existing no matter what, because it has to do with historic ties and cooperation that goes beyond moments and organizations. The OEI has been working in this for 75 years, and in this year was very important for us, not only because of the anniversary, the 75th anniversary. You probably know that we received a very important award, the Princesa de Asturias Award for Ibero-American cooperation. And during that same period of time, we organized our own council, the Council of Ministers of Education. It doesn't have the political visibility that the summits have. But in this meeting of the council, the 2-year budget and the action program was adopted. So Ibero-American ministers of education adopted their action plan and awarded the necessary resources. I'm mentioning this because sometimes we lose track of other aspects of Ibero-American cooperation. There's a very complex system of cooperation. There are very stellar moments, like, for example, the summits, but there is a systematic work of different organizations, not only the OEI. The OEI is probably the oldest one, the one that has had more development in the last years. But this is very important when it comes to understanding the summit process, because the summit process should have two elements that are very important in terms of Ibero-American cooperation. The first one is the capacity that organizations have, the organizations themselves, to build things in common. This is a very important topic. And the second thing has to do with the summit itself. As you know, the summit has its more a stellar moment when the presidents and heads of states are, but then there are many minister meetings. The summit, not heads of states, sorry, ministers and chancellors. There are topics that are addressed by the OEI, like education, etc. This helps us understand this year, a part of the summit of those minister summits couldn't take place for several reasons. So we can see that there's a weakening. These topics are relevant in terms of what Ibero-American cooperation is. And why are these topics relevant? Because we didn't have the minister meeting, and we did have the council, and it's the same stakeholders. So how can these two things happen? How can we connect what is happening in the summit in terms of education to what happens in a meeting of an Ibero-American cooperation entity that is 75 years old and that brings together their heads, their ministers every 2 years? That is a weakness. I wouldn't want to point fingers. I think we should consider this more in terms of an agenda of things to be solved in the next years. As Mr. Ambassador Ludovice was saying, we all hope that the Spanish pro tempore secretariat will play an important role in solving this in the next years, and we hope that the agenda will include rethinking the governance of Ibero-American cooperation systems. We need to discuss how to organize this Ibero-American cooperation, how we can make it more efficient, more powerful. This is a task of Ibero-American cooperation entities, but it's also a country responsibility or a task of the countries. And I say this because often I go to meetings where it was obvious that within a country, sometimes the chancellor wasn't talking to the ministries, etc. There's no communication. That's why we have technical entities and specific ministries. And they're there to have specific view on certain topics. If we're going to talk about education, we need ministers of education, not only because it concerns her, but also because they're the ones that are best placed to transmit what's happening in education policies. This doesn't undermine the role of the of officers that work in a chancellorship or chancellery. I think the good news in the summit is that it happened. It took place. We are maintaining an element that is um, substantial. The Ibero-American decided to create this. Is the top level meeting, and it took place, and that's a good fact for all of those who believe in the Latin American community, and we believe in the strengthening of the community. But we also must take note of the fact that certain models of cooperation and the organization of the system have um, done many things. We have built many things following this model, but maybe we have to think about the future. And this means thinking about how, in this very complex world where there are so many conflicts ongoing, how can we make the Ibero-American community more efficient in its internal cooperation and its political weight? Because the problem is not only how much we cooperate in certain programs, the problem is what political capacity we have to face the problems within the community and to have a voice outside in the world. So we cannot uh, we cannot only ascertain what the presence of Iberoamerica is just by seeing how many programs we have. Because if we just took a look at the programs that the OAI is doing and the SEGIP, then well, that gives us an idea of how the community works in terms of common tasks. But that's not enough. The highest point of the Ibero-American world is the meetings where the heads of state meet with the King of Spain. And the goal is not only to count how many programs there are, the goal is for Ibero-America to have a voice in terms of when there are conflicts, like Mr. Ludovice was saying, there are conflicts that are hard to face, that have to do with the democratic culture, that have to do with migrations of millions of people moving from one country to the next. But also, it has to do with having a voice in the world, in this conflict-driven world. So, in this context, from the OEI, we see that the Ibero-American community needs to be reinforced through a more efficient governance of its multilateral entities and through the strengthening of the cooperation mechanisms like the OEI, CONGIB, SEGIB. More efficient ways of working together need to be found. And I say that with a spirit of self-criticism. And we also must reflect, it's important to reflect about how the Ibero-American community needs to rethink the political models to be more efficient in terms of having a strong voice, a permanent voice in the world context and also in the context of the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Delich, for this presentation. It is very important because in other fora, and in connection to the last part of your presentation, there's this recognition and this self-criticism. It's hard to improve things if we don't acknowledge that there is room for improvement. That's a very important step. You touched upon a very important aspect that will sure give rise to questions during the Q&A session. Some topics that we mentioned yesterday, like, for example, the revision of the cooperation models, the importance to make an emphasis on sector-specific meetings, because yesterday there was a mention to work not only on technical things, but also on thematic aspects. And an important message that reinforces the message of Mr. Ludovici. You said that summits are the stellar moment, but there's an ongoing work. Let's continue with this panel. I'm going to give the floor to the Ambassador Carmen Fernandez Torres, the Ambassador of the Special Mission for the Summits and the Ibero-American Space from the Secretariat of State for Ibero-America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the Juste Foundation for inviting us and for raising such an important topic for us as the Ibero-American community and as our country, because it is a major aspect in our foreign policy. I would like to start thanking the government of Ecuador and particularly this chancellery that worked tirelessly during the 2 years that the process took place. There were many sector-specific meetings before the actual summit. I really want to emphasize this because it has been a pleasure to work with the National Coordination Team that facilitated greatly our work and reminded us that the backbone of the system is consensus. We know that, as the Secretary General said, Mr. Ludovici said, it's a great challenge. Not only in terms of logistics, but also in terms of the international and regional context. I also wanted to thank the SECIP, whose support in the works has been of paramount importance to implement or to take to fruition this agenda. Although we weren't able to finish the way we would have liked to finish, we have a roadmap to work and to use during our pro tempore presidency. This was my first summit, and although the result was not the one that we all expected, as I said, I am convinced that Spain has a strong mandate to keep working on making the system evolve for the future. As it has been mentioned, we have to start from self-criticism as a point of departure, but we should not stay there. We have to think that we have a joint wish and willingness that is patent to keep working. And this is based on 3 observations. The first one is that in this summit, we have a draft declaration, and there were 26 statements, specific statements on the priorities of this community. 26 statements is a very high number, probably an unprecedented number, and this shows that this is a very lively community. That means that statements were worked on, were agreed upon, and there were many implications, many countries involved, even countries that were not present, like Venezuela and Mexico, who were not present in the summit, but who made contributions to those statements. We should not lose sight of the fact that these instruments are conceived to create mandates, and they were finally produced as a political statement and not as the political declarations. But it's a fact that those documents are there and serve as a roadmap to be used during our pro tempore secretariat, because these topics affect aspects that are basic in our lives. It's a pity that we were not able to reach consensus, but the work won't be in vain. Also, the community defended consensus, and because of this defense of the value of consensus, that is main value that is the foundation of this community. Thanks to this consensus, we have reached the point that we have reached. Argentina didn't want to admit our article, and Cuba didn't want to give up that agreement because it's basic for its policy. So that's the reason why we couldn't approve or pass the statement that is very complete. However, the work was not in vain. So we firmly believe and we're convinced that we need to keep working for those problems. Not those problems are not going to stop the system. The system must go on working, and the clear mandate that we received as a pro tempore secretariat, ministers, all of the heads of the delegations made it clear that we have to keep creating mechanisms that allow us to keep working without violating the rule of consensus. Ibero-American cooperation is the great engine of the system, but there's a political voice that is there and needs to be heard. And the adoption of the declaration of the statement is a great proof of this. So we have a double mandate. We have to work on a series of topics that are priorities and that are very clear, priorities for governments and Ibero-American societies, and to keep strengthening the system of summits. How are we going to do this? Well, we're going to start improving. We have to keep improving the coordination of all stakeholders. We need to use the toolbox of all agencies that are working on cooperation, and we have to keep using all the work of all ministers, and we have all the assets of all the countries that are part of the system. Secondly, we need to go over our work methods. As it was made clear during this meeting, the world and regional scenario has changed greatly, and this imposes a series of challenges, and we need to adapt to these challenges to be resilient. And this involves our working methods that need to change to adapt to a ever changing reality. And we need to look for options or ways of doing this without breaking consensus, because consensus is an inborn characteristic of the summits. After this reflection, where I try to pair the strengths and the weaknesses that we see in the system, I would like to add that this Cuenca summit, as Mr. Ludovici was saying, had some challenges since the point of departure. We have the conflict with Mexico, then the empty chairs that this conflict caused, and there were no precedents we're talking about Mexico, Nicaragua, and then we have the APEC, the G20 in Brazil, the Baku summit, and a series of regional problems. Some were political, like in the case of IT, and then we have some weather problems that didn't make it possible for some participants to get there. And the situation in Venezuela is another challenge. There's no doubt that it is a situation that adds up to the polarization in the region. And then we have the position of Argentina. On a practical level, it limited us when it came to adopting some aspects. The last statement is that of Santo Domingo, which is the one that is ongoing now. The commitment with the 2030 agenda, the commitment with the SDGs, gender aspects, the cross-cutting presence of gender aspects, that's part of our agenda. And then we have other aspects like climate change, or more recently, the Pact for the Future. In this situation, we must say that there are countries that gave us some ideas on how to advance. Like, for example, we have the case of Paraguay or Salvador that left some footnotes. So we have to look for these ways out that allow us to keep working without violating consensus. And that's the ambition since the origin of the Guadalajara statement. And that is what all Ibero-American citizens uh, wish to have and aim for. Although in this case we found an ad hoc formula to face the issues that rose when it came to achieving consensus, we have to go beyond that. We have to keep working so that regardless of all these challenges, we can keep having documents adopted because it's documents that create a mandate and give us an added value in the field of cooperation. That's why I would like to talk about what legacy we have to start working. The first legacy that we have, the most obvious one, is the adoption of those budgets that allow the working of the Ibero-American Secretariat. Then we also have the action program that gathers all the all the elements. Ibero-American cooperation is much larger and goes beyond this summit. And then we have the political document, the statement on the margins of the summit, that includes basically all the elements of the statement that was going to be the statement of the summit, but it excludes the mandate and is not in the SEGIB scenario. And those special statements that transform special um, releases and touch upon specific aspects like the eradication of children's malnutrition, the role of indigenous women, artificial intelligence, the preservation of marine landscapes, among other aspects that we may address more specifically later on. In fact, Spain had very substantive proposals that came from the national coordinators meeting where we met with other states, and we discussed aspects that we wanted to address on a Ibero-American level. Due to the recent phenomenon that have affected not only Spain but other countries, we were very interested in adopting a specific release on the DANA, on the floodings, and its victims. There's a specific mandate to work on this. Then we have the fourth conference on funding for development, which is a basic element for the community, the development of artificial intelligence as the continuation of the Ibero-American Charter of Digital Rights that offers many possibilities to position ourselves in the field of artificial intelligence with our languages and with all our assets, cultural assets. And I was also discussing marine backgrounds or landscapes. And this is something that affects all countries in the region. Then we have um, due diligence and responsible attitude from companies. There is our companies are increasingly committed with the communities where they operate. So there is a very full agenda. There's interest, and although we must acknowledge that the result is not the happiest one or what we expected, it's clear that there's an interest in this community to keep working.
So we feel especially honored with the support that have been given to us by all the Ibero-American states for Spain to hold the next pro tempore secretariat with our principles, our values, settled on an acquis on our human resources. We have 2 global languages spoken by more than 700 million people and many co-official and indigenous languages, which makes us work with as an active community under horizontal principles of equality and sustainability. We are opening a new era of consolidation of the system. We want to develop a consultation process and the ministers, and then an consultation with all the institutions, and then with the rest of states. We want to explore the potentialities of the observers, the associated observers that I think will play a key role in the system for us to have our own voice in the as an Ibero-American community. We want to keep on generating a sense of community, both sides, and we want to create a common ground for reflection so that we can gauge the expectations of the community and its government so that we can deliver on solid and tangible deliverables. We have this declaration as the starting point for this work. And of course, we want to use the energy and the strength of all the colleagues in the 19 countries that believe in the system, that have signed it. On the end of my intervention, I want to talk about the human mandate that can be seen in our day-to-day work with the migration flows, with the continuity work that we've felt it with all the expressions of condolence and gratitude with the victims of the floods in Spain. So at the end, we are a big family. Thank you, dear ambassador. This energy that you show in the beginning of your work is manifested, is expressed through the energy shown by the ambassador. Of course, we have to make solid and specific proposals for fundamental and clinical topics, global topics that touch us all. And as His Majesty said, we have a lot of common grounds and we have to focus on the common links. It is true that, of course, we will always find obstacles in our way, but we have to go around them and focus on the consensus to work together. We will be maybe talking about some of the specific topics in the future. You've talked about innovation, artificial intelligence, which of course interests us all. And now I want to give the floor to the Ambassador of Ecuador to Spain, Wilman Andrade. You have the floor. Thank you and good morning. I want to thank you for organizing this room for dialogue, so constructive and in this very wonderful setting. Thank you, Juan Carlos Moreno. Thank you, Miguel Angel, for organizing this. So in this panel, with representatives of 3 fundamental organizations from Ibero-America, sorry, as we feel it, we can find a reason for satisfaction for all of us who are proud of representing our countries, in my case, as an ambassador to Spain, feeling that fraternity, that support coming from our deep roots, our deep common roots. We felt the support and the understanding of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially through Carmen Fernandez Torres, and of course the CEGIP, Andres Aleman. And I'm very happy to see the Deputy General Secretary General, Mr. Ludovic, with their permanent support and the Organization of Ibero-American States, Mariana Jabonero, which is a proof of the rich relationship that pervades all the Ibero-American countries. I'm going to talk now about the summit, and I will be talking about the positive aspects and the results for the future. We know all the problems that the organizers faced, as expressed by Mr. Ludovic and Ambassador Fuentes. Even if some chiefs of state were not able to attend, I want to talk about the important topics. Focus on the motto, innovation, inclusion, and sustainability, because of course, innovation is of the utmost importance for this region because we're facing many challenges, for example, low investment, limited cooperation among countries, because we know we need to tackle these aspects so that we can become a consolidated relevant actor in the global economy. As for inclusion, which is the one that we talked about the most in the previous meetings, social economic inclusion is a key to reduce the persistent inequalities in Latin America. For example, fight against poverty. This Ibero-American region, 700 million people, yes, but 30% of them live in poverty conditions. 210 million people live in poor conditions or under the poverty threshold. Of course, gender equality is another hot topic that has been talked about in the summits for some time. My country was a pioneer. We've always tried to guarantee full participation of women in the economic and political life, which is a key factor for the development of any countries. I've been promoting gender equality and women inclusion throughout all my public posts, my public positions, which is, of course, critical because it's an ingredient for the social cohesion and the political stability in this region that is full of historic inequalities. This is a central topic if we are to promote the sustainable and just development of everybody. And then sustainability, which is of course essential if we are to guarantee a viable future for all the coming generations. It became stronger after the floods in Spain that touched in an unprecedented way many Spaniards and Ecuadorians. And this is how we saw the importance of the regional cooperation so that we can focus on renewables, biodiversity, climate justice. We also felt it at the other side of the ocean in Ecuador. There was an unprecedented drought. I never thought I would see my country full of dry riverbeds. All the tributaries to the Amazon River were just roads covered in stones. You can still see them like that. No water at all. If you were to Cuenca, a wonderful city, it's called the city of four rivers, and all the four rivers were dry. And then in this side of the Atlantic Ocean, we have flooding. So climate change is a reality that we have to tackle in the Ibero-American arena. And of course, all those topics were relevant, but the presence of President Daniel Noboa, one of the youngest leaders in the region, is 36. He proposed additional topics to the ones that I have just mentioned. For example, employability, youth employment, security, women safety, and women empowerment. Youth employment was a central topic because in our country, we have 60% of the population 60% of the population is very young. We have like an inverted pyramid. Well, no, the inverted pyramid is in the European countries. In the Latin American countries, we have a real pyramid. We have lots of young people, and we need special policies for them with a special tax incentive so that companies can hire young people by paying less taxes. That is an important policy, and we talked about it in the parallel in the side meetings. For example, the business meeting with more than 1,200 business owners and many young business owners that stressed the need for jobs for the youth. I think these side meetings created a good roadmap in several topics, coordinated with all countries. That coordination is, of course, extraordinary. I have to insist on it. It was beautifully coordinated by the SGIP. It is a result of 3 decades of work that has consolidated a basis of significant and important achievements that have improved the lives of million people. And Salaman said that international cooperation is a need, and we need to use our common assets to further the consolidated achievements so that we are in a position to tackle present and future challenges. In the Ecuador Summit, we had a very diverse participation that made us move on in some critical topics. Those who attended represented their governments and the aspirations of their peoples. In times of instability, in these times of difficult times, as His Majesty Philip VI said, these are important places of dialogue and constructivism. So this summit paved the way for initiatives that need continuation. We need to understand the challenges as opportunities because, of course, we're facing some challenges as a region that make us innovate in the mechanisms to strengthen participation. We need to adapt to the realities of each country. Each country has its own political, social specificities. In difficult times, countries can work on tangible and material achievements and objectives. For a good future participation, I would dare to say that we can create hybrid dialogue spaces that can enable a direct interaction between leaders and the rest of people through the technology so that we can reach wider participation in debates. For example, we can rethink the format of the previous meetings of chiefs of state. Instead of focusing on the results after 2 years of a meeting, we can promote previous agendas that can be more inclusive, that align the regional objectives and that can focus on commitments for continuity objectives so that the summits will be the achievement, will be the milestones instead of becoming isolated events. We have to involve other sectors, for example, justice. The judicial system is a fundamental part of the weak democracies that we have in some of our countries. The academics and the civil society, workers, women, so as to reinforce the relevance and the applicability of the topics. I want to stress that under the leadership of Ecuador, with a fresh and innovative vision, the summit focused on priority issues that are Challenges and opportunities for our region. The pro-tempore secretariat in Ecuador showed that even in difficult settings, we can still move on in specific agendas that have a positive impact in our meetings. And that's thanks to the great leadership of the Chancellor of the Ecuador, Sijib, and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Spain, the pro tempore secretariat in Spain that was voted by a consensus, by unanimity, shows that Spain can be that axis, that bridge that can bridge the gap and unify all of us. We are all aware of the conflicts and the challenges of our region that are, of course, relevant to Spain and its inner reality in our inner realities. But we have to look beyond, because these 2 years that paved the way for the Ecuador summit with many ministerial meetings, many coordinations, nationwide coordinations, and the participation of many countries and many more that will participate in new meetings. We still had the participation of Mexico and Venezuela in some of the tables. So that means that there is a decision by the Ibero-American countries to stay united. As Ambassador Fuentes said, we have to build that relationship. We have to consolidate it. In no way can we weaken it. We cannot afford to make it weaker. And for those who represent our countries in Spain, we can say it firmly. We can be adamant and say that the cooperation mechanisms developed by Spain to promote cooperation among our countries are crucial. They need to be strengthened. I would say that this contribution that we do through this roadmap, which is the result of this summit, even if it's not a declaration, this documents the action plan for 4 years of Ibero-American cooperation are the programs, initiatives, and projects for Ibero-American cooperation are a good roadmap for our region. That is why I want to insist on my deep gratitude to the USE Foundation for this invite, because it allows us to reflect upon this and maybe think about future perspectives. The work done by the USE Foundation is a living example of how this commitment with democracy, human rights, peace, and development can make a difference, a real difference in our societies. The promotion of culture, research, social integration, does not only enriches the debate, it also serves as a bridge between Europe and Latin America. We have many common objectives. So thank you. And thank you, dear panelists, for your kind words. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for your words and your trust and your confidence and your specific proposals that we are, of course, collecting for the final report of this meeting. And I hope you will be so kind as to send us the texts of your speeches, because we have to collect them and bind them together so that we can submit it to Brussels next week. So you talked about the need to include sectors, for example, the judiciary that was represented yesterday by here, and the academics. Christian Gimmers yesterday also talked about the importance of working with the academics, the academia, and also the civil society, which is partly represented by us. We have some a mandate to represent the civil society. And of course, it is important to listen to the society and then bridge the gap and listen to them and bridge the gap between the political sector, the judiciary, the academia, and the civil society. You also talked about the proposals of President Novoa. You talked about these new lines of action, youth employment and women empowerment, and something that is really, really impactful. 60% of your population is very young, which is totally different from the situation in Europe. Difference that needs to be taken into account, especially since we need to focus on the young people. And this is my personal opinion. The youth needs to feel identified with the summits. They need to relate to the summits because they will make the most impact, the widest impact in the society. So now we have time for a debate. You can either raise your hands or your name. But maybe I'd like to invite Ambassador Ludovice to react or to make comments. No, I think maybe we should hear to our participants' opinions. But I was very happy to listen to all the contributions. They were very good. Thank you, Ambassador Carmen, because you talked about the roadmap, future roadmap of your ministry. And thank you, Ambassador Andrade, for the suggestions you made for the future that will enrich our cooperation and dialogue. And of course, I cannot forget the contribution of the Organization of Ibero-American States. Many different organizations make great contributions. We need to unite and not divide because we have very vast problems that need solving. So the more, the better. The most important priority is to unite and work in a complementary way. So everything was very useful. Under your leadership, maybe we can open a debate and exchange opinions. Yes, of course. So if anyone wants to make a comment or a remark or a suggestion, you're more than welcome. I want to break the ice by making a question, because you talked about innovation and due diligence. Artificial intelligence. I mean artificial intelligence. What do you think about this? What is the vision of the summit about the challenges of posed by artificial intelligence, climate change? Do you think this new technology will be instrumental in the fight against climate change, even if, well, or beyond the potential problems it can cause? Regarding the Organization of Ibero-American States, you focus on education. What are your perspectives? So what do you expect the Ibero-American states to tackle in this regard? Well, of course, we have drafted this special communication, and in the Valencia meeting, there was quite an intense work with the Ecuadorian BTS and the SUGIP using the digital charter for digital rights in Iberoamerica as a starting point. We focus on the interaction between science, innovation, and higher education. That's why the first meeting, the first joint ministerial meeting for science, innovation, and higher education took place this year, because we want to create a synergy. And the knowledge contribution these three actors can make need to translate into the daily lives of people. Knowledge needs to be democratic. We need to remove all barriers that exist so that the new knowledge and the new technology, will reach the citizens, the end users. This is part of a broader strategy. The reference framework is, on the one hand, the results of the joint ministerial Valencia meeting, and then secondly, the action plan that was approved by a consensus, and third, the political declaration, the special declaration signed together with Chile, and I want to thank them because they were excellent in this joint work. So we want to keep on developing all these topics together because there is a consensus. We wanted to create data, an Ibero-American data framework with our own data model, because multilingualism is one of the positive assets and it needs to be included in these new technologies. Anything else? Yes, of course. So about innovation, as the ambassador said, and it is very relevant, I think it doesn't only touches this region, it also touches Spain. The low increase of productivity in our economies. There has been an increase in the cross product, but that doesn't translate into a better productivity. So we need to improve our productivity across the region. That is one of our main concerns, because it is not just an economic issue. No, it's also about the use of human resources. We need to increase or improve how we use our human resources. And that's why we have created two lines of work across the region. The first one is the Institute of Ibero-American Work and Productivity that we have created with important people, for example, Enrique Iglesias, Enrique Garcia, that led CAF for many years. And this institute wants to create a very special programs together with business, with employers and the academia, because we want to create an intersectoral dialogue between businesses and the educational system, because they might see everything through a different prism. And that's why they're not having the necessary conversation. So we organized two annual meetings between the academia and the employers and students around innovation, productivity. We also publish a journal because one of our tasks is to produce knowledge. So we issue a journal called Podium. And the next issue will be about artificial intelligence. This is something that is talked about in the business, all businesses, across businesses and the academia. And then innovation, which is of course needed across the region. It is going on somehow. There is like a business world that is already working on innovative topics through platforms, new technologies, etc. unicorns. We have a lot of production of unicorns. Companies that are worth more than $1 billion or even $100 million. There is a lot of innovation and productivity that need to be strengthened, and the Organization of Ibero-American States does its part. And then we have vocational training. There is a very lengthy, long-standing conversation in the region between the ministries for education. They are undergoing deep changes to different institutions and bodies. For example, thanks to the program of the change of the vocational training in Paraguay that is supported by the European Union. Or, of course, CAF that supports this reform in other countries. Because vocational training, as the ambassador said, it is a key factor if we want to increase our youth employment opportunities for quality jobs and for productivity and social cohesion, which will benefit the most from it. And that's why we need to work on these programs.
de generación de nuevas estructuras. Las estructuras están, simplemente tenemos
embajadora Fernández, pero me permito agregar una dimensión que es fundamental. Es adecuada hacia arriba y hacia los ciudadanos, eso sí es parte de la función, pero es
So we are going to see how Italy is also participating, which is a good sign. There is a whole community around the Ibero-American community. So it strengthens the places we are strengthening. So sorry, apologies, because we're having some technical difficulties in the English channel. So now we're breaking for coffee. Thank you, dear panelists. We'll come back in 30 minutes. See you then.
¿Me oís? ¿Me oís bien? No sé si me oís bien. Hola, estoy probando mi micrófono, no sé qué ha pasado. Y ha sido todo el turno. No me habéis podido oír en todo el turno. Madre mía, es que no sé qué puede ser. Yo sigo hablando, estoy estoy con el micro abierto. No sé qué ha podido pasar.
Carla, Nadia, hola. ¿Me escucháis?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sí, sí que te oigo. Perdón, no estaba viendo el chat porque estaba interpretando, pero no se me oía. Sí, yo sí. Yo sí que te oigo. Hola, hola, no sé si me oís bien. Yo estoy interpretando. A ver, voy a escribir en el chat.
Vale, me voy a...
Yo sí que te oigo.
Sí, espera. No, tengo que pasar yo a... Las voy a sacar y las voy a volver a... Vale.
No se me ocurre cuál es el problema.
Hola chicas, ¿me escucháis ahora?
Sí, yo sí que te oigo.
Vale,
Seguimos en cabina.
sí, estáis en cabina. Vamos a hacer una prueba
Sí,
porque
sí.
no sé por qué ha dejado entrar de repente la señal de Carla. Vale,
Pero en medio del turno, o no o sea, ¿no me habéis escuchado nada o al
Al-
principio del turno sí que se me oía?
ha sido al final. Ha sido al final. Ya por eso lo vamos a revisar. Espera, dame un momento.
Estoy escuchando por el stream y no puedo quitar. Inglés. Eso no puedo quitarlo porque no puedo manipular. Que hable que ya en el... No, ahí no tengo que estar hablando.
Vale, Carla, empieza a hablar, por favor, para que comprobemos que llega tu voz.
Estamos probando la interpretación en inglés para ver si, para ver si funciona todo bien. No sé muy bien qué ha podido pasar, sobre todo porque si hubiera sido todo el turno, a lo mejor es que no estaba bien conectado, lo que sea. He mirado la conexión del cable,
Para.
eh,
Para un momento.
pero
Para un
vale.
momento. Para. Vale, repite, Carla.
A ver, sigo interpretando, bueno, interpretando, en realidad estoy hablando por
Vale.
el canal de inglés y ahora sí que me oyes bien, ¿no?
Sí, te escucho bien. Vale.
Y una cosa, no sé si no, nadie no me está escuchando. Bueno, ¿sigo hablando o paro de hablar?
Para. Nadia, ¿estás
O sea,
aquí?
Sí, estoy en inglés. ¿Me oyes?
Vale, y está llegando correctamente. Vale, ahora vamos a hacerlo hablando con el micro de ponente. Yo salgo de este equipo y procedemos normal, como hemos estado haciendo, para verificar que está todo correcto, ¿vale?
Ujú, vale. Hola, yo sigo hablando por el canal de inglés. Hello, I'm in the English channel. I can hear okay. So we're having a break and we'll be coming back at 11:30.
Hola, estamos probando el canal de inglés. Um, okay, so we're at the Yuste Monastery and we're testing the English booth. So we don't know what happened.
So please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. We're back. This is the last section of this meeting. EU-LAC relations certainty before the common global challenges. We are reflecting on the third summit EU-LAC last year and the Spanish presidency of the European Union, where we talked about common challenges that were collected in the roadmap for peace and security, trade, digital transformation, investment agenda. The green transition, fight against climate change, justice, security for citizens, and governance models. And we have also analyzed another cooperation space, in this case, an Ibero-American cooperation space where Spain and Portugal meet the Ibero-American community. We've also touched upon many important issues that affect us all and that gave rise to several recommendations that will be collected and shared in the next meeting in Brussels. And now this is the third section, looking towards the future. We're thinking about the next summit, Latin American and the Caribbean and the European Union summit that will take place in 2025 in Bogota, Colombia. Well, we will be analyzing the aspects derived from this debate, reflecting upon the results of the previous meeting. What will be the priorities for the future? The first panel of this third section is entitled Summit in 2025 in the current geopolitical context. The first speaker will be Juan Carlos Gaffo Acevedo, Ambassador of Spain and Deputy General Vice Director of Mexico, Central America and the Caribbean from the Secretariat of State for Ibero-American and the Caribbean and for Spanish in the world from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation. Please stick to your time so that the rest of speakers will have enough time. You have the floor, Ambassador. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. I want to echo all the gratitude that has been expressed towards the government of Extremadura and the UCE Foundation. It is a pleasure for me. This third section is looking towards the future. We are now abandoning the Latin American arena because we're talking now about a bidirectional flow. European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The Brussels summit was a success in all sides, in all aspects. Now we're looking at the summit in Bogota in the second half of the year to 2020. We're looking at the relations between the European Union and the Latin America and the Caribbean. We are in a changing and challenging context, and we need to insist on the complementarity and the need to cooperate. The affinity between the European Union and the Latin America and the Caribbean region, which doesn't mean that we're always on the same page. We cannot agree on anything, but it opens up new avenues for cooperation. I want to try and make a diagnosis on how we can work together, both Europeans and Latin Americans. And then herald some avenues for cooperation so that we can make sure that the Bogota summit will be a success. We are in a new geopolitical context. We have many different aspects, and there is a convergence of old and new issues that we have to tackle together. Otherwise, it won't be possible. So there are many uncertainties we have to face. And I have to warn you, we cannot be tempted to feel pessimistic because, for example, the Cuenca Summit didn't have a massive global participation of chiefs of state or government. We cannot let the differences in terms of ideologies or politics come before our shared interests, because we will be giving a very negative example to the international community, and especially because this is not real. As many people said before me, both in Latin America and Europe and the Caribbean, there is a massive groundwork, a massive work behind our backs. We have done many things and still many things to do, a long way ahead, but we cannot dismiss or ignore the work that has been done so far that many people unfortunately ignore. So what role do we want to play at this side and at the other side of the Atlantic? And what could we achieve if we were to join our forces even more? In the European Union, we believe we want to be a major player in this new context, and the Latin America and the Caribbean region is an essential and strategic player in the international community. In spite of the challenges I will be referring to, it is the region we share the most links with. Shared values such as democracy, peace, international security, the state of law, multilateralism, protection of the environment, etc. The European Union is the main investor and the third commercial partner of Latin America, only third to China, United States and China. So we have shared challenges, common challenges in the same geopolitical context. We have a worrying diagnosis, of course, but at least it opens up a few unknown issues. For example, the lack of trust of the citizens. I'm not talking just about Latin America or the Caribbean. It's also happening in some European countries. In the United States, there is an increase in the security levels, low economic growth, human mobility in some cases unwilling. We have talked about massive migrations, which is a reality that touches Latin America and Europe and the world at large. In many cases, we are listening to we're hearing some populist discourses that create some security-based policies that jeopardize the respect of human rights. So this is a very complicated world in many different terms for security, for the economic world, and for human rights. In this geopolitical context, based on the agenda of the big powers, China, Russia, and the United Nations, can give us a competitive edge if we want to be optimistic. Of course, in the US, the arrival of Trump and Marco Rubio, let us think that faced with the uncertainty caused by the international and the US agenda, and faced with the Chinese agenda based on their national objectives, we need to understand that China is now becoming more strategic, is accelerating in this search for new raw materials. And Russia is now using the networks of misinformation that someone mentioned earlier, and is manipulating many of the realities in Latin America and the Caribbean. But faced with this reality, the European Union and the ALC region should choose together to become partners by choice. This is one of the results of the third summit EU-ALC in Brussels, and also must be the motto for the Bogota summit. So faced with this polarization and fragmentation, which is not absolute or unchangeable, needs to be permanently revised, needs to be subject to our differences and controversies, but we need to keep on working on that. We may not let it eclipse what we have done so far. But it is true that sometimes it makes us question some consensus that were otherwise settled or consolidated. So this bi-regional association by choice needs to be strengthened by the common dialogue, high-level political dialogue. And the second level dialogue that has been mentioned, technical dialogue. We need to understand that Europe is seeing new changes in the new commission, a new high representative. We need to make sure that there will be a follow-up of the results of the Brussels meeting, that it won't be thrown away, because sometimes we haven't shown enough interest on these issues between the EU and the ALC. We must not ignore these questions anymore, because they are of the utmost importance for Brussels. We want to respect our differences. We want to modulate this dialogue. It can be, of course, constructive criticism sometimes. In the way towards Bogota, we need to set up an agenda with topics that interest us all, both sides of the Atlantic. We need to listen to the priorities of the Latin American region, and we have to include them in our agenda, because the EU, sometimes only sees as priorities the European priorities and not the Latin American or the Caribbean priorities. We've talked about the regulation against deforestation that in some cases was perceived as an interference that affected the local producers, or the list of non-cooperative jurisdictions of the European Union that can be irritating for our bilateral relations. We have the tools to do so. We've talked about the Global Gateway. Yesterday, Ramon Jauregui accused us embassies or the European delegations of not being proactive enough to defend or to make those tools known. But we are nevertheless doing a very intensive work. There are many priorities we are working upon. We're listening to President Petro, the Colombian counterpart, about their priorities. Some of them are known. And I want to finish by saying that on the side of the European Union, we need to complete the amount of agreements in the region, and I am very happy about the agreement with Chile or Samoa in the Caribbean, and the agreement that entered into force on the 1st of May, or the multi-party agreement with Colombia and Ecuador. But we have to make an agreement with Mexico and the Mercosur. And now the ball is on the Latin American side, because you have to work on your integration, your international integration. Polarization is a source of fragmentation. And if you stay on that path, you will be irrelevant, and you will be losing the opportunity to sell your assets. But Europe has to go with you hand in hand. So we have to keep this agenda alive through a series of cooperation initiatives that need to be shadowed, specific. We need to jointly identify the priorities. We need to face our common problems with instruments that already exist, because we believe that our relationship is strategic. We need to tackle those problems together. We, of course, need to stay true to our constant, to our vitals, trade, democracy, human rights, peaceful, inclusive solutions for the different crises, both economic, political, and social in the region, and of course, international law. We have to preserve our milestones and our achievements and the boost we have given to these summits. And we are, of course, open to listening to our counterparts, the other part of the equation, Santiago. And of course, we want to stress that we will be making all efforts that we can devote to this objective with a common voice, a real voice. We need to speak up because we are representing many million people. We represent a union of interests, global interests, that are in parallel with those values. And I'm sorry because I used a little bit more of my time. Thank you. Thank you, dear ambassador. Thank you for setting the context. Yesterday, we stressed the work performed by the Spanish presidency in the previous summit that unlocked good work after a silence of 8 years. You insisted on listening to the Latin American priorities to see how we can work together better. And now that we're talking about spaces and integration, the summit itself is a space for integration of both regions. So there is hope for that space to increase. Now we are listening to Colombia, the host of the next EU ALC or LAC EU Summit, Santiago Mejía Hidárraga, the minister in charge of political affairs of the Colombian embassy in Spain. He will be talking about the priorities and objectives for the next summit. Thank you. Ambassador Avila wants to greet you. He couldn't be here today because he's in Valencia in another meeting, another event under the Victims' Law. Dear Elena Nevado, Juan Carlos Gaffo, and Use the Foundation, thank you for having us here today. Well, I want to explain our view of the summit. We have 5 proposals, and I want to explain how we understand the summit mechanism, the value of the summits in this uncertainty context. We are looking for spaces for certainty. In the last summits, there was a context of the empire of multilateralism based on Bretton Woods, free trade, in the markets in the context of climate change. But now the political changes in these spaces have changed and question the principles. So maybe we can create a new agreement if we are to keep the achievements that we have consolidated for the last 3 decades.
It risks to create many shifts, so we have 2 certainties here that we have to go over. Apparently, this could play against us. One is the certainty that cultural assets are turning an anchor because we can feel comfortable in a relationship that we believe is natural. And second, the certainty from the Latin American perspective of the huge impact of a great stakeholder, which is the United States in our policy. And then we have the certainty, lastly, from the Latin American perspective. This is something that our European partners have a hard time understanding. For us, overcoming poverty and the questions that we have on production mode are questions that are still to be answered from Latin America. That's what accounts for such different governments like the ones that we have in Argentina and Colombia. These minimum agreements reaches a situation of crisis. In this context, the government of President Petro is set the following objectives: achieve a right of the rule of law in agreement with the 2016 agreements and searching for peace, total peace. And I will explain this. For us, our foreign policy and the summit and the pro tempore presidency that we will have in next year and other activities are determined by the pressing need to achieve total peace in Colombia. Equally, Petro's government has the objective of putting Colombia internationally as a country that promotes peaceful solution to controversies while proposing innovative solutions to the most vulnerable populations, the situation of drugs and climate crisis. This coincides with a situation in 2025 where we are going to face many opportunities. First, Colombia just hosted the successful 2016 COP on biodiversity in Cali, the result of which was the Declaration of Peace with Nature, which is an instrument to connect the relationship with climate change, and the next one in Brazil in 2025, focused on reducing emissions with the need to regenerate biotas for the capture of everything that has been emitted to the atmosphere, understanding that Colombia is the most biodiverse country in the planet. Currently, Colombia is chairing the Andean community. In February 2025, we will have the pro-tempore presidency of the Pacific Alliance, and we will chair the next CARICOM summit in 2025, the Ministries Council of Caribbean States. Colombia also became the pro-tempore chair of the Consensus of Brasilia until December 31st, 2024, and we will preside the CELAC European Union starting March 2025. This while the state of Colombia is going through deep transformations, wanting to comply what was included in the Peace Agreement 2026 expressed in the unilateral declaration presented in the United Nations, and it's committed to total peace. At the same time, we asked the international community to show solidarity, to understand that the position of Colombia in the face of these scenarios is connected to the resolution of the main internal situation that we understand as total peace as an integral way to look for civilized ways to transform territories, stop violence, and territorialize peace. For this to be true, we need to strengthen institutional capacities and legal capacities. Total peace calls for an agrarian reform that would transform the territory and reflecting the real advance of less favored regions, and which is basic for peace and to avoid the problem from repeating. These are conditions to prevent violence and uh, sorry, the comment from the interpreter. The speed at which the speaker is reading is um, impossible for interpretation. From that perspective, we received a third summit, CELAC EU 2023, marked by the following circumstances. First, a summit with a strong presence of heads of states and government in the framework of the conflict with Ukraine. Latin American states were present, a strong leadership from Brussels to promote this bi-regional relationship, which may change as the composition of the European Union changes. In 2023, there was a hope in the face of the integration process between the EU and Europe. For example, the association agreement between EU and Central America, the associations with Mexico, Chile, and the one with the Mercosur. Fourth, common objectives are questioned due to changes in the context. In 2023, there was concern because of the war in Ukraine, as well as the long-lasting peace. One of the previous agreements was the lack of consensus in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. In point 15, the need to respect sovereignty was shown. Nicaragua did not agree with this part of the statement, but today it is foreseeable to have a future negotiation in which Colombia is participating as co-participant with Turkey. In relation with one of the key aspects in the agenda, the agreement between the EU and Mercosur, we want to emphasize the position that the President Lula stated. The priority is to have a fair relationship based on common trust and not threats. In this final declaration, what is supported is the agreements like the ones with Mexico, etc., to be signed before the 2023 summit. France refused, so that treaty is blocked. There were renewed efforts to continue the dialogue with Haiti. Third summit, there was a dialogue started in Venezuela and Ciudad de Mexico that is an uncertain situation. There was a consensus on 2023 regarding the regulatories in the view of the blockade imposed in Cuba, and the 2022 resolution expressing the need to stop the blockade. Today, this position could be changed by the changes in the United States. The United States took note of the attempt to solve the situation in Falkland Islands. Latin America requested restoring the wrongs of the slave past to try to heal our collective memory. The final statement backed the the Durban Treaty, and CELAC through the CARICOM proposed a reparatory justice plan. The need to consider the asymmetries in the international financial structure was stated, and there's an interest to reinforce the cooperation between multilateral entities and institutional and institutions and paying attention to vulnerable countries. In 2023, the stakeholders reinforced their commitment with the Paris Agreement on climate change and the commitment with renewable energies. These could be reviewed to achieve the goals in the light of the political changes in the US and the composition of the European Parliament. It seems like there's a consensus, and we're very proud about this, is the support to the peace process in Colombia. From Colombia's perspective, it is pressing to remind that on an international level, the European Union and CELAC should defend the sovereign equality of all states and territorial independence and political independence. Considering the strategic objectives is important. I think there's agreement, in fact, and I will give you an example of this. The importance of the European support for the peace processes in Colombia. The European Union supported the peace process and has been doing so for the past 30 years. They supported the 2016 peace agreement and provided resources for the peace through the OPS development cooperation tools, among others. Equally, the EU is providing bilateral cooperation for the implementation of the 2016 agreement. It's part of the group of countries that is supporting the process. The EU delegation does not have a formal role in the social and legal conversations, but is actively present in the cities where those conversations take place through different alliances. A proof of this continuous support is that on April 18, the High Representatives for Foreign Affairs, Josep Borrell, appointed Adrian Constant-Witter as the new envoy for the peace process in Colombia. There have been comments from the interpreter. The speed at which the panelist is speaking is impossible to follow. It's important to note the adoption of the Pact for the Future and the commitment with its implementation. The pillars are not in crisis but are being reviewed. This involves that rather than putting an emphasis on strategic situations, the European Union should recognize the position defended by the European Union comment from the interpreter, the speed at which the panelist is reading is impossible to follow. Thank you very much for your intervention. I would highlight in the beginning of it, when you mentioned the many fora in which Colombia is going to be present and is going to be a very important stakeholder internationally, and that may help look for synergies in the framework of the Latin America and EU synergies. You mentioned many presidencies. You mentioned the Andes community, the Conference of the Caribbean, and you mentioned very important topics. I want to emphasize two words that you mentioned repeatedly that I think are fundamental. One is peace. We believe that it's one of the factors to take into consideration, particularly in this global context, not only in terms of the Latin America region and the priority of Colombia, but in the European environment. And above all, um, those points that are common in terms of strategic autonomy. This concept changed and it went from being something exclusive to being a more open concept in which Latin America is going to play an important role in terms of developing this strategic autonomy. And I am really sorry about the speed. It wasn't easy for the interpreters. I don't know up to what point they were able to synthesize. But for the future, for future interventions, please, you have to make an effort to speak slower because there are people who are not Spanish speaking, and in order to follow the presentations, the speed has to be adequate. I have the honor of introducing someone who's from the Juste Foundation. Here we have the next speaker, who is Elena Nevado del Campo, the Vice President of Eurolat. She wasn't able to be here yesterday, and she comes from a very intense meeting, and it seems like starting on the 1st, there will be a new structure, and she's here as the new Vice President of Eurolat, which is the parliamentary assembly that brings together the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. So it is a great honor to have her here. She's from Extremadura. She's the vice president of Eurolat, and she's going to share with us the priorities that they have in this new European Parliament for relationships with Latin America. Elena, welcome. Thank you very much, Miguel Ángel. It is a great honor. It is indeed my honor to be here. I want to start by thanking the Juste Ibero-American Foundation for including members of parliament from the European Union in this very interesting debate. I wish to thank you for sitting me here with the ambassador and the delegate from the Colombia embassy, because it's very rewarding to listen to them all and share their reflections and their conclusions. We don't have an executive power, but I think the framework of the European Union, the task that the parliament has and what they do through the CAM and Eurolat and other members of parliament, the other connections of members of parliaments and other institutions, is fundamental because measures are adopted in the parliaments. As we know, you are aware that these days we have been intensely uh, devoted to having a government in the European Union. It was very tense, it was very complicated, and I want to apologize for not being here yesterday, but please understand that it was very hard for us to be here. Gabriel Matos was meant to be here. He's the president of Eurolat, and he is doing a great job for many years as the president of the institution. He can help implement all our measures, and he can help create certainties in the face of these challenges ahead of us. He has been in the Cuenca Summit. I want to emphasize that the fact that there have been people who were absent must make us reflect. Also, uh, in terms of considering what's going to happen in the next EU-CELAC summit, the larger the number of heads of states is, the better we will be able to have an impact in this multipolar and diverse and challenging world. The presence of heads of state is key, and you must also work um, to this end, because it's heads of state who can really put into practice these very important agreements for both parts, for both sides. Challenges remain the same, in my view. Here, we have heard about the most important one, that is peace. But I think the relations between Latin America, Europe, and the Caribbean must keep being established. We have the challenge of concluding the fight against poverty. We have to work for sustainable development everywhere. Climate change is also a challenge, and we have to keep promoting those agreements that in the EU-CELAC Summit 2023 were reached. An association, as defined by the European Union, is closed, stronger, and renewed between the two regions. That's what our relationship must be like. And despite of the change in the Commission, I think these objectives must remain unchanged. In Europe, unlike what happens in other member states, when there are changes in governments, associations sometimes change, and I think this won't be the case in terms of the objectives that we have for the summit next year. Caja Calas will be the person in charge of leading this process, and I wanted to share something because we were present in that meeting. The conclusions regarding Latin America were as follows. Relationships with Latin America and the Caribbean were going to be reinforced as much as possible. And she also mentioned during the meeting that other strategic alliances are also to be reinforced, like the ones with Africa or with the UK, who is not in the European anymore. So regarding the situation, the geopolitical situation that we have, I can't hide that this week we had a specific mm, plenary session where Zelensky was present after 1,000 days of war between Russia and Ukraine. And although this is a source of some tensions with our friends from Latin America, Brussels is still committed to being part of support to and the reparation and reconstruction of Ukraine, supporting the reform in the framework of its European trajectory. That was the commitment that the Parliament unanimously and firmly um, um, transmitted to Ukraine. These conflicts that we are experiencing in Europe and in the world are what make our environment so volatile. We have two wars. We have the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza. And this is something that we have to deal with when it comes to our relationships with China and the US that are focused on this. And China and the US are also involved um, in these conflicts, but their priorities are more domestic, and they have as a priority the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So we have a unique opportunity to reinforce our alliances. We have a situation, a context in which our two blocs must cooperate, and we have to position ourselves as stakeholders capable of leading our own destinies. We need to create this bi-regional alliance, one that is solid, for us to be able to um, have the possibility of taking shelter in the face of this uncertainty. We have this need to see our history and take it to the future. The future, a future in which Europe, the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean need to redefine their own progress. I'm not going to repeat what was said by the panelists before me. There's a proliferation of um, populist and extremist movements. But I want to say that in the face of this, most Latin American citizens and the youth in Latin America aspires to living in values, the values that are the basis of the European Union, the ones that we defend. We want citizens that want to build strategic relations that are stronger. And I think this must be a source for hope. Josep Borrell mentioned that we need to move from being natural partners to being preferred partners. We're talking about over 1 billion people, and together we can have a global strategy, and that potential must not be underused. I also think that the European Union must go beyond. It must go beyond the climate cooperation, technological cooperation, digital cooperation, and social cooperation, and must focus on a clear purpose, which is to complete strategic bi-regional cooperation. And I'm really happy to hear that we share this view. We need to close these trade agreements that are still open, like the trade agreement with Mercosur. We need to support these initiatives, and we need to close these regional trade agreements and complete those those agreements, because I believe that the summit in Brussels put over the table 130 programs, 45 billion euro, and we have to keep focusing on this gateway. So both Brussels and Latin America have the opportunity, and we can't be just viewers. We need to create a sustainable relationship in the Bogota summit. Thank you very much, Vice Presidents, for this presentation. And thanks for mentioning all those aspects that were addressed in the second summit. And these summits cannot be moved from one agenda to the next. These are global subjects that will need to be addressed constantly. And the presence of heads of states that you mentioned is of paramount importance. We need to face conflicts. And I want to emphasize something you said, that we need to be capable of leading our own destinies. And these summits gives us that opportunity to work together, to cooperate, to be able to face jointly those challenges. Agreements, without any doubt, is really important, and we will give the floor to other participants. Agreements are a fundamental topic. Yesterday, we heard some proposals in terms of agreements, and I am happy to hear that different stakeholders have that need to complete and close these agreements that have been worked on for so long and that are so important for this relationship and this integration. It is the time to hear some questions. We have 15 minutes for a discussion. So I want to invite all participants to pose their doubts.
I want to talk about 3 avenues that need more development. And thank you for the promotion. Then I would like to say that the multilateral furrow should be more structured. For example, European Union GRULAC, that's the name given by the United Nations, that are more occasional. But there are some political issues, especially those concerning crisis, that we might not agree upon, but in some others we do agree. So, for example, the third commission approved the resolution against the death penalty thanks to the initiative of Italy and Argentina. Even some Caribbean countries modified their position on this. And then I would like to talk about, well, there are some countries that have the dual citizenship. For example, Italy and Spain have several citizens with this dual nationality. And they can vote in their 2 countries. And this has to be taken into account by politicians. This would be interesting. Maybe we can take advantage of those dual communities. Thank you. Any remarks from the panel? Yes, thank you. Well, to the second and the third avenues that you mentioned, joint initiatives, of course. We have a roadmap agreed upon in Brussels that need to undergo joint negotiations so that we can set the priorities that we think we share on both sides of the Atlantic. And that roadmap has to be useful for us to set priorities. I didn't have the time to mention some of them that some other people have mentioned, for example, crime, fight against organized crime, transnational crime, drug trafficking. There are some programs, the bilateral cooperation between European Union and Latin America on drugs and against transnational crime. You know that Spain is organizing the 5th summit of the Coalition Against Organized Crime in 2025, and we have 3 main cooperation avenues: cooperation with the source and transit countries, the strengthening of the big hubs, airports and harbors, and the dismantling of the big international networks. There is also a cooperation between Europol and Ameripol that is not negligible. We need cooperation in terms of justice, cooperation between the justice bodies. We haven't talked about migration in detail. There are 43 million Latin Americans that live outside of their countries of origin, 7 million of people from Venezuela, and similar figures for Nicaragua. This is a drama for some countries because some of them are countries of, there are transition countries or transit countries. For example, in the Darien Pass, they are subject to the criminal organizations and their human rights are violated. This is both of interest to us in Europe and you in Latin America. We've talked about digital alliance in Santiago de Chile. There have been the 4th high-level political dialogue that sets the joint priorities and the roadmap to jointly tackle everything around connectivity, artificial intelligence. You've talked about innovation environmental challenges, preparation against disasters and risks in a especially vulnerable continent to floods, droughts, hurricanes, erosion, the increase of the sea level, deforestation. We have a memorandum of understanding for risk preparedness after Barbados in May this year. Economic growth. We haven't insisted on access to international financial mechanisms. We are talking about middle-income countries that can go to the debt markets, but the interest rates are excessively high for their perspectives and growth levels. We have to work together with the financial institutions to reach a consensus, for example, to implement some tools such as the green bonds so that they can use these funding mechanisms. In Sevilla next year, Spain will be the host of the 4th international conference. And then inequality and some other joint programs, debt swap, etc. Maybe we need someone to tell us their priorities. Colombia and the rest of Latin America could explain their priorities. I heard President Petro talk about drug production, regional railways, green just transition, green transport, topics that interest us all and we should jointly tackle them. Marco mentioned dual citizenship. Yes, in Spain we have a special interest in that. We have 4 million people coming from Latin America and many other Spaniards that share a dual citizenship with a dual nationality with other countries. There is a new law that opened the way to have a dual nationality with, for example, Argentina. We have over 500,000 people with that dual nationality. And that is, of course, important from a political point of view because for the elections and for many other considerations, economic, social, integration considerations, that is, of course, important. It is complex. We cannot just talk about it in fast, but we have many agreements of dual nationality that is beneficial for the citizens so that people in Latin America can have the Spanish nationality granted in a fast and effective way. Thank you. I'll leave it to you unless I don't know if other panelists want to talk about it. Parliamentarian diplomacy was one of the topics. Well, I just want to say that in Latin America, that has an increased difficulty because our system is not based on parliaments. We have a different conception, a different concept, a different notion. But I would like to focus on nationalities around the construction of a political subject. The political subject that is part of the de facto voters, which puts us on a regional conversation that is already taking place. In Colombia, we have many migrants abroad because of our inner conflicts. More than 6 million Colombians live abroad, 1 million in Spain. And out of that 1 million Colombians living in Spain, more than 800,000, have the right to vote. But they insist on not just having the right to vote, they just want to express, they also want to express how they live and how they connect with their families, the families that have been left behind in Colombia, that they left in Colombia. And it all revolves around that family, those households between those who live in Spain and those who are still in Colombia. I have taken good note of this because I want to propose it in the Chancellor's meeting for the Colombia Summit in 2025. One of the difficulties we found was in talking to the non-Mediterranean European partners. Only after Brexit in Colombia, we saw the arrival of the Brits massively once they left the Union. And that conversation is very complex. The countries in Eastern and Northern Europe may have a say in these common topics. Yeah, I just want to use 1 minute. Diplomacy, parliamentarian diplomacy. It is a key within our targets. We want to strengthen democracies in Latin America. And the role of parliamentarians is, of course, critical. I also think that we need to promote and prioritize the countries that show a solid commitment with the state of law, good governance. And we need to find alliances to work together, not just by focusing on with which governments we want to work based on our political strategies. Now, I think this goes beyond because we're talking about strengthening peace and democracy in this context. And I think this is a key aspect. I think there were a few reactions when the ambassador mentioned, for example, access to financial mechanisms. Pablo Chiesa reacted to it. So I don't know if you want to say something about it. Yes, development banks have the opportunity to talk about this in Seville next year. This is a call for the Ministry of Spain, even if this organization belongs to the United Nations. Maybe you can create a specific space around that summit, specific for Latin America and the Caribbean and Colombia, with a special role because they will be hosting the summit. That will be essential in Seville. It will be essential to have that in Seville. Thank you for the proposal. We are well aware of the need for that specific space for Latin America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the consensus. We will reinforce it in the conclusions in the report we're going to draft. And probably our next speaker will talk about that too. An applause. Thank you. So this is the section forward-looking perspective in relations between the EU and the ALC. We have been talking about the geopolitical context, and now we want to talk about priorities and fields of interest for 2025-2026 in these relations. We have several speakers working on the field, which is the idea behind this roundtable or this panel. So I want to give the floor to Alberto Brunori, the director of the EU-CELAC Foundation, one of the international foundations that work in the civil society and European institutions to strengthen these relations. And we have a cooperation agreement with the USE Foundation. We've been working together for a while. Thank you and welcome, Alberto. You are the recently appointed director. Thank you, especially the USE Foundation for having us here, for having me here, and to my fellow panelists and all the organizers. So I've been in the office for 3 months. So this is great because we have just published our report with our 60 workers. We have submitted the annual plan and the 4-year working plan. So we have worked on these priorities after a consultation process, which is for me a broad consultation process that is ongoing. I want to insist on the mandate of this foundation, which is strengthening and promoting the strategic association between both regions, improving their visibility and fostering the participation of the civil society. I insist on civil societies because, as Christian said, this is a bottom-up approach. This is not just a wish, it is part of our mandate. I'm talking about NGOs, think tanks, the private world, especially the human rights bodies, which is what I come from. And the chiefs of state and government have talked about the work of this foundation in the Brussels summit, which makes us a good facilitator and engine for multilateralism and global action, a catalyst for deeper social relations and a multiplier of sustainable and inclusive growth. This is again the added value this foundation can contribute with. I just want to talk about the 3 strategic lines. Strengthening the bi-regional cooperation, which is part of our mandate. I will be talking about strengthening the dialogue, especially for summits, before, during, and after the summits and other ministerial level meetings, high-level meetings, to improve the follow-up, systematization, and dissemination of the agreements reached. So I was struck to see that in these 2 days, the priorities that have been mentioned totally agree with those that we have identified in these 3 months. One of the big topics is trade, investment, and just economies that many people mentioned in this field. The foundation has as a priority the increase of cooperation in terms of economic and financial cooperation through funding schemes. For instance, the Global Gateway and, of course, the partnership agreements. The foundation is using a strategic line the involvement of the private sector and the work of the Lab Association, the ASC, the CELAC Association in Hamburg. For the Colombian summit. Well, the second field of action is democracy, human rights, and the state of law, so that we can increase the democratic values in our regions. The rule of law is fundamental for that. And of course, we cannot focus just on one side of the Atlantic, because even if we have different ideologies, it is important for us to strengthen the civic spaces thanks to the mandate that we have. That's one of the main focuses. We especially want to focus the participation of the civil society by looking into the best practices and experiences and the influence, because this is one of the main eroders of democracy. Because we talk about inviting the civil society, but when it comes to listening to the civil society, they become a nuisance. So we will be working with multi-actor spaces, which has been one of our strengths. With academia, with businesses, that is one of the strengths that we have and one of the main mandates. Secondly, I need to talk about fake news and the new narratives. Our foundation would need to focus on working with research journalists. We need to strengthen the collaboration with that kind of journalists so that we can go against all these fake news that surround us. That's one of the lines we want to work upon. Gender equality, the third axis. There are several actions. One of them is critical. We want a bilateral pact. That's something we mentioned in the previous summit. We want to reach a consensus. There is some consensus, and we think it is high time for this to be done. And I would like to make a break here, because someone mentioned it earlier. We need specific deliverables, material assets. Because one of the things we identified in the consultations with the civil society and the member states is that it is true that the Brussels summit was wonderful, and there was an important declaration as a result of it. there's some good consensus political work, consensus-based political work, but we want to see the results in all summits, as many others said. So we're trying to focus the results on specific things. For example, the pact. This is something tangible, material that can be presented as a deliverable, as a result. And then the second thing that I think everybody will agree upon is, of course, strengthening the political participation of women. I want to think that we have some common values and, well, there are many other things, but I want to focus on these two. Then again, climate change and climate change funding, or funding for fighting against climate change. Many other people have mentioned this topic. It is constructive criticism about what the Caribbean says, that it is always isolated in the decision-making process. It is true. The Caribbean region wants to be included in all negotiations because that and security are the pending issues. So we as a foundation can work together in this work towards the summits in reaching at least regional consensus, a regional consensus for this summit and other international events where we want to take part. We know the difficulties, the issues we're facing, but I think we need to be positive in this respect, because there is some solid foundation both in Latin America and in the Caribbean and in Europe to face these challenges. And then the last topic we have identified, it doesn't exclude other topics, of course, but since we're talking about priorities, this is one of the priorities. I want to talk, of course, about security, illicit economies, and international organized crime, which is a hot topic. How to make sure that we can see some results on the table. We're thinking having like a pre-meeting or a previous stage. For example, we can make an alliance in terms of harbors. We have Antwerp, Brussels, Rotterdam harbors. Sorry, not Brussels, Hamburg, Antwerp, and Rotterdam. We can make an alliance or strengthen the relation between all these three harbors. And the next one is the need for a bi-regional forum. I'm talking about prior to the summit. There has to be some prior work to strengthen an exchange of experiences. And I want to go back to the bottom-up approach mentioned by Christian. And apologies for my rudeness, because we always think that international organized crime is all about men, and we have to think about the impact on women and women associations of this organized crime and the fight against these illicit economies and the impact of this phenomenon in several populations. We think that we have to involve the academia, the civil society in such an important debate. Someone said during the consultation with the Latin American countries that if everything worked right, we wouldn't be talking about this. So this is very useful for me to say, not everything has been solved. There's still some work to do, and we need to do more. We need to involve everybody if we are to make this mechanism useful.
We hope to be able to contribute in this. I also want to keep saying that with our president, we started some dialogues with the country that will lead the CELAC with Colombia, etc. And we hope to contribute to include these subjects in the agenda of the summit. I want to wrap up saying that the EU-CELAC Foundation is at your disposal. These won't be the only topics. We will maintain the commitments that we have always worked on, but this is the large focus that we have. And I have 13 seconds left, and I'm going to leave it here. Thank you. Thanks so much for being so concrete and for specifying those lines of work that you have. We agree with your priorities, and thanks for focusing on the value that civil societies in plural have to play in this discussion. We will be there working hand in hand with you. Another of the major stakeholders, and we go back home, is the role of regions that regions play in Spain, and more specifically, the region of Extremadura, because of the very special historic and cultural ties that connect us to Latin America. But there are also social and economic ties, and also in terms of strategic interests that connect Extremadura with Latin America. Latin America is one of the priorities in terms of the development of Extremadura. To address this topic, we have Pablo Hurtado Pardo, who is the General Director of External Action of the Junta de Extremadura, the regional government of Extremadura. Pablo, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thanks, Miguel Ángel. Thank you, everyone. It has been an honor to hear these presentations. I want to start by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting trusting the Juste Foundation to organize this meeting, our dear Juste Foundation. Fortunately, I just came back from Brussels and I haven't been able to be here yesterday. On behalf of the regional government of Extremadura, we want to extend our condolences to the victims of the floodings in Spain. It got out of hand, and there were many victims, some of whom were from Extremadura. So I wanted to show the solidarity of Extremadura. Since I'm participating at the end of the event, there are advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantages is that almost everything has been said, so I wanted to emphasize and focus my presentation on the priorities, and I want to apologize if I repeat what has already been said. But I think it's important to say things even if they're repeated, so it's important to know that we are on the same page and we are aligned in terms of the cooperation between the European Union and the CELAC. I want to start by giving some facts that say things about us and that make it clear that we need to have these strategic alliances. 60 countries, which accounts for 14% of the world population, 21% of the GDP of the world, around of the 33 countries and the 27 of the European Union, we account for a third of the members of the United Nations, 45% of international trade happens in Latin America and the Caribbean. In Latin America, Caribbean accounts for over 50% of the global biodiversity. Those facts are absolutely speak for themselves and makes the European Union be in favor of this alliance. So the relationships between both regions have to be in everyone's agendas, and we have to promote them. On this side of the Atlantic, we are in a moment of transition. We just heard the news that we will have a government in the European Union. It was very complex. Negotiations were very tense, as Elena Nevado mentioned. Negotiations were hard, but it seems like we finally have, since this morning, a new government of the European Union as part of the 24-29 strategic agenda. That is the one that establishes the priorities for the next period, 24-29. And this is the agenda that guides the work in this period. And this agenda establishes that we will work closely with our partners, and we will establish strategic alliances that are mutually beneficial to face the common challenges. There is no doubt that the region of Latin America and the Caribbean is one of our strategic partners. This has been said here this morning. On the other hand, political guidelines for the next European Commission, in her statement, Ursula von der Leyen, the president, talked about increasing the cooperation between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean based on our shared interests like security and energy, among others. Also, a lot has been said here this morning about last year's summit, the EU-CELAC summit, that was a resounding success. Ursula von der Leyen committed an investment for this global gateway project, and that has been mentioned already. I also wanted to make specific mention, and I'm really happy to say this, that the last European Charles V Award that was awarded to Mr. Mario Draghi, in Draghi's report to the Commission, he set a very important path. He was talking about a more competitive and innovative economy that can grow better and more, and that's the only way in which Europe will have its own voice on an international level. This is the context in which the European Union is facing this new period. Then we have the United States. It has been mentioned that this is also a challenge. The positions of President Trump in terms of trade will be a challenge for our relations. The impact will not be homogeneous and will depend on the different levels of dependency and the different ideology of the different states. Then, on the other hand, we have the war of Ukraine, which is another current topic. The focus of the US will probably be stronger on the Pacific. So Europe will have to reassess its relation with Ukraine. And this, while there's an internal debate going on, a debate that is somewhat controversial, as Serena Navarro was saying, we just had a plenary, and it seems like there was a consensus, as Elena Nevado was saying, Elena Nevado del Campo. So we don't know whether the support to Ukraine should follow the path that is following up until now. That's another front. Middle East, the situation is not very positive there. We have the conflict between Israel and Palestine, and now we have the emergence of Iran in the conflict. This conflict must be therefore considered because any alteration of the status quo may have devastating consequences. These are some notes. These are the foundations that we have. The international stage is not very encouraging. We have reasons to be moderately optimistic in terms of the relationship between the EU and the CELAC. As the ambassador said, we have a roadmap, and this is important because it's a point of departure. We must assess whether this roadmap makes sense or not. We will meet in Bogota in 2025, and there we will have the opportunity to assess whether the outcome of the summit in Brussels last year were respected. But we have a list of priorities, and we have some shared interests. And all in all, that is the roadmap that we have. It's a roadmap that arises from this third summit that we have already mentioned and from the Ibero-American summit that just took place in Ecuador. I want to make a specific mention of the potential priorities. First, green transition and the fight against climate change. The idea is to promote cooperation in renewable energies like green hydrogen and to reduce greenhouse emissions, to increase projects that focus on biodiversity and, for example, through the EuroClimate program. On the other hand, we also mentioned digital transformation from an inclusive perspective. The promotion of the Digital Alliance that the ambassador just mentioned, connectivity, digital inclusion, and the development of artificial intelligence, the development of sustainable digital infrastructures, and the and we have cooperation in terms of resilient health systems, food security, economic development, the promotion of regional chain values in strategic sectors like critical raw materials, governance. And I want to thank the presentation by EU-CELAC because we believe that this institutional strengthening and democratic strengthening is fundamental. The strengthening of institutions is a priority that has to be approached from an integral perspective to promote a democratic governance, the rule of law, and institutional cooperation between our two regions. And the EU-CELAC Foundation is promoting this, and this is very important. I want to make a brief summary of what this priority is about. Reinforcing democratic institutions, strengthening the rule of law, the fight against corruption, the establishment of common frameworks to fight corruption and to promote governmental transparency, etc. Strengthening multilateral governance. On the other hand, we have the consolidation of social cohesion through education, research, the promotion of peace and security. All of these are elements that have already been mentioned. They were mentioned this morning. And as I see that I don't have much time left, I don't want to finish my presentation without making a specific mention I want to mention Spain and I want to mention Extremadura, where we are. Spain, in general, and Extremadura in particular, we are the main advocates for Latin America and the Caribbean for logic and historic reasons. And we are the advocates of Latin America in the European Union. And this was mentioned by His Excellency the Ambassador because this is one of our priorities. It's one of the priorities of the government of Spain and the government of Extremadura. And then there's something that we must mention. All political parties or most political parties agree on this. And this is a source of stability, and we hope that this will be the case. The Spanish presidency also promoted this relationship, and of course, the summit that was celebrated last year in Brussels, and the presentation of the new agenda of the European Union to reinforce this cooperation. I think all of these elements make us think that the European Union is in favor and promoting this alliance. And in Extremadura, particularly, and in Spain in general, we can contribute to the stability of this relationship. I wanted to conclude by talking about Extremadura. And we are at this amazing monastery of Santa Maria de Guadalupe. It's really, it's a hallmark. It's a very symbolic place that talks to us about Extremadura as a bridge between Latin America and the Caribbean. And I want to present to demonstrate this new strategy, the Estremestiza strategy that aims at elaborating and expanding on the legacy of our relationships, in addition to capitalizing on the mix of bloods to promote our links. Thank you very much. In your presentation, you talk about Extremadura, but based on the knowledge of the reality between the relationships between the EU and Latin America, and how from a region like Extremadura, we have our own priorities and how these priorities can contribute to this dialogue. We can. I didn't say, yes, I am part of Extremadura. In the debate, it would be interesting to hear about the role that Extremadura plays in the Committee of Regions. And in this context where we are witnessing a change of government in the European Commission, and we have a high representative that comes from the north of Europe, and we have to convince her of the importance of continuing the dialogue with Latin America. So Extremadura can serve as a troy horse to work with the rest of the regions in Europe to convince them about the fact that Latin America is not something of the South; it's it's in everyone's interest. In the previous presentation, we have heard many interesting things. We have to thank you all. We have had panelists who are coming from Chile, Colombia, Luxembourg, Brussels, Italy, Warsaw. In this case, you're coming from Lisbon. It's very close to Extremadura, but it's not easy to come here, right? You have to go to Madrid. We want to thank the effort that Maria Jimena Durad made to be here with us. Maria Jimena, is a senior executive of the Europe, Asia, and Middle East office of the CAF. Thank you very much. I want to start my thanking the Juste Foundation. Thanks for gathering all of us here, and thanks for inviting us to speak about this topic. I think these checkpoints, seeing where we're at, what we're doing right, where we're doing wrong, has a great value when it comes to the challenge that we have ahead of us. How can we see and use the impulse that we witnessed last year, and how we can translate this impulse into specific action? So this presentation is going to be hard because I have the challenge of being last. And that involves the challenge of not having the capacity to innovate. But I will do my best to maintain your interests. And if it's going to although it's hard to gonna be innovative, I will try to connect the dots. We speak from a perspective in which we have been working with the European Commission very closely in the last years, and we have been supporting the pro tempore presidencies of the CELAC in these last years. So I think there's a really good balance there. The previous panelists have already mentioned the distance that there was between the disaffection between the two regions until the summit started. Till 2 years ago, in 2023, there was an statement, there was a roadmap, and we very wisely decided to get to work together. And I think that was a great step forward in a diplomatic and political level, on a diplomatic and political level, that helped us improve the relationships between two regions, and it helped us adapt the relations to solving specific problems that we have. It's not just two regions that are disaffected, that are independent. We are seeing that we have global challenges that we either face jointly or we will be doomed. One of the components that united us was the Global Gateway. The purpose was to implement projects to promote a green, digital, and just transition. We believe it's not the right time to change the agenda. It's the time to go deep in it. These topics are very deep, so it's not the time to change everything. We believe that this is the right time to keep working on these three aspects. The purpose of this investment is to modernize and close ties, but not dependence. No region should be dependent on the other one. We just want to work jointly. And we have to make the most of these transitions that we have to carry out in Latin America to industrialize key sectors and aggregate value to the enormous potential that we have in terms of biodiversity, renewable energies, agricultural production, and raw materials. We're talking about aggregating value. And one of the points that we like to emphasize in this effort that is being carried out is that in a way, last year's summit forced us to sit together around the table and establish priorities. And it forced us to identify priorities to work on. In CAF, we identified 75 work initiatives in the Global Gateway in which we are working very strongly. We're working very close to other cooperation agencies. We're working with the European Commission, with the private sector, in terms of electrical interconnection, critical raw materials, green hydrogen, and also in terms of bladder wrack. An important thing is to try to coordinate all stakeholders that may contribute to create this change. As I was saying, that in itself is a value. But what are the challenges? Let's go back to the three challenges that we mentioned, and let's go back to everything that we have to work on. The first one is the digital gap. As you know, there is a great distance in terms of investments, coverage, and service quality between more advanced and less advanced country. And this is not only an infrastructure challenge, because often we believe that infrastructures can solve everything, but this must come hand in hand with an increase in digital capacities, and it must come hand in hand with regulations for the change in infrastructures. The good news, because it's also important to give good news, we're working in blending projects in terms of digitalization. One is in Trinidad and Tobago. The other one is in Colombia with the connectivity plan for the country. And there's another one in Salvador with a submarine cable. So there are results, and results are never as fast or as deep as we would have liked them to be, but we have to take into consideration that we have been working on this for less than 1.5 years since the initiative was launched.
So with this project, we can see how effectively Europe is contributing to improving the quality of life of the citizens of Latin America and the Caribbean. But if we're talking about gaps, there is a gap, an infrastructure gap, which goes beyond 1 billion euros or 1 trillion euros. So I don't want to go in any detail, but I just want to insist that there is a huge gap in terms of railways, harbors, airports, roads, etc., logistic hubs. We are in dire need of instruments that will allow us to develop these industries. And again, apologies for my reiteration that we need to stress that this is not just a political declaration. We need to make everything get to work if we are to overcome these gaps. There is an energy gap with many challenges. Even if we have a good and relatively clean energy grid, because more than 50% of the energy is clean energy, around 70%, but we still need to give some economic structure to this energy diversity. We need energy efficiency. We need to use renewable sources of energy because we're mostly using hydroelectric power. And so we are dependent on it, as the ambassador of Ecuador said in this climate change scenario. It is a clean energy, but it might not be reliable. We have to reduce the use of fossil fuels and find solutions to satisfy the energy demands. We need to implement comprehensive policies to promote green funding and circular economy. All these challenges take place in a region that is full of inequalities. We have a very low social mobility. People who is born poor, unfortunately, will be poor, will always be poor. 0.86 is the ratio, according to the last report by the CAF, which is sad, which is a shame. That's why we need to tackle social policies to fight that persistence of inequalities from education, employment policies, with a special focus on gender and populations of African descent and indigenous peoples. So a year and a half later and before the next bi-regional meeting, we can see how we are progressing in this roadmap. We can see the glass half full or half empty. We want to be optimistic. We see the glass half full. We understand there's a big challenge because Latin America and the Caribbean are not a homogeneous bloc. The LAC is not a body, unlike the European Union. We need efforts. You need to make efforts to try and have a common voice for all countries, which is not a minor task, since we are very different in our countries, not just in terms of development, but also in terms of size, income, and ideologies, as we can see, because it manifests in the decisions being made. So that's why the challenge for the next summits and the coming years are a real challenge. The leaders in this region have been talking about integration for decades. In the last years, we have developed more than 12 bodies for for regional integration. So it's not a lack of bodies. It's not because we lack the bodies. That's my conclusion. We anyway need to strengthen this objective. We need to overcome we need to go past the picture, the family picture, and do tangible things. That's why the CAF is working towards this challenge with a pragmatic approach. We need to work for the physical integration. The physical integration will result in the connection of peoples, goods, with electric interconnection networks that will improve access to different sources of energy for many countries. Digital connectivity will be secured, the railways will be secured, and the management of basins, river basins, will be improved. And thanks to the European cooperation, we are sure that we can learn many lessons that we can learn from Europe. So we need to find that common ground, those common interests between Europe and Latin America. The Global Gateway is just one of the tools. There are many others, and the projects resulting from the Global Gateway are a way to make it tangible, to put it on the ground. But we need to involve the civil society and the private sector, of course, so that it becomes attractive. I think I have covered many topics. I don't have much time. We have talked about the priorities, but we need to talk about the how to. We've talked about the what to do, but how to do it. And that's why the summits on cooperation or development funding will be very interesting. For example, the one in South Africa in February and the one in Seville. Those summits are global summits. This is not just about this bi-regional relationship. This is because we are trying to go there with a common voice for the Latin American and the Caribbean region, so that we can become a key player in those. Because of all conflicts, in all conflicts in the world, being a key player is again key. So I don't want to use any more of your time, but in CAF we're working very hard to make declarations, tangible actions, so that they can benefit the people living in Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, so that they can enjoy a better quality of life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Jimena, because you've talked about real actions, specific actions. You said this is not the time to change our pace because these challenges cannot be tackled in just one day, in under one day. They are long-term challenges, as the way I see it or the way I took it. So we need a common voice. We need one voice. We need to speak with one voice. So the whole region should be using just one voice so that that voice will be stronger. And then you identify the series of challenges that were already there, but they are a challenge. They are challenges both for you and for all of us. So thank you for identifying them and listing them. Thank you for your help in identifying those risks, because that's where investments should go, so that declarations become actions that will benefit the citizens and will improve their quality of life. So that's the challenge. Yes, the challenge is essential, but we have identified both the public administration, the civil society, and the bodies, the investment bodies and agencies as the three main actors. Because otherwise, these good intentions, those declarations, are useless if they're not well funded. Time for questions now. Maybe I can start out with a question myself, the same question I addressed to Pablo. The role played by regions such as Extremadura through the Committee of the Regions. We haven't talked about it very much, but this is the one we know the most. Maybe it's not used in these European Latin American dialogues. How can we contribute to all these topics from the Committee of the Regions, from the regions? How can the regions contribute to all this? Thank you, Miguel. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, yes, as you said, in the new commission, and unfortunately, I must say, we won't be able to count on the valuable contribution of Jose Borrell. We must thank him because he was a very active contributor in the UC Foundation. So this is a game changer. This is part of the strategy of the European Commission. Anyway, he insisted that he will keep on working with this region. With a firm commitment of reinforcing the alliance. Elena, if you allow me, if I may, having an Extremaduran member of parliament that is also the president of the EuroLat is also is great news, is a great opportunity for us to have a voice in EuroLat, so we can have some influence on the policies of the Commission and the Parliament and this alliance between the EU and the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Extremadura has always been very active in all these, in this forum and others, which is good news for Extremadura and for Spain. The Committee of the Regions, which is an advisory board, is becoming more and more important, which is also great. And I hope it will continue to be more and more important. We need to remember that the Spanish delegation is also very important in the Committee of the Regions with much weight. And this is one of our country's strategies, as the ambassador said, and as the people from the ministry said. So we have every reason to insist on our role, the role of Spain, and in particular, Extremadura, always with a sense of respect, absolute respect, and I have to stress it, absolute respect of the cultural diversity, but precisely thinking about all the common grounds, everything that unites us, which is a key. We are the result of that blending, that mix. So out of respect, we have every right to insist on having that role, that bridging role. Many people mentioned it. The European Member of Parliament said it. We are part of the Committee of the Regions, and we will keep on working so that we will have the same amount of active presence and have our say in all those policies and strategies, which will be fundamental for both regions. Thank you. Pablo, we have a few minutes left. Maria Jimena talked about involving the private sector, right? Everyone recognizes it. And as Alberto Brunori said, academia, the civil sector, the civil society must be there. But what's the main difficulty? What's the barrier? There is the demand, there is the need, there are the challenges, technological challenge, climate change, where the private sector must be a key player. So where are we standing? For example, if we are to involve the private sector, how to do it? Well, this is key for both the private sector and people, individuals. Incentives. We need incentives. What are the incentives? What are the incentives to get on that train? We have to look at the common interests. It's because when we talk about incentives, people think about subsidies. No, please don't take it wrong. Incentives is not just economic. It's about raising awareness among the private sector and about individuals, because this is also about them. We're going back to, we're talking about topics that touch the citizens. For example, the flooding in Spain in Valencia 3 weeks ago showed that nobody is spared when it comes to natural disasters. So this makes us work together towards the same goal, that green transition is about everyone. We cannot be left outside. We cannot miss the train. Thank you. No raised hands among the panelists, no raised hands among the audience. No more conclusions. Of course, I want to thank my panelists, my fellow panelists. It was a real pleasure. I learned from the experts. We all learn from the experts. I just want to mention 2 specific things. One about Extremadura, as mentioned by Maria Jimena. You talked about natural disasters, right? And the binational basins. In that case, Extremadura is again a key player. We've been working on several projects on institutional strengthening and capacity building with other countries' institutions through an association which is the European Association of Cross-Border Regions, which is very active. And we have many experiences, many best practices that we have learned with that bottom-up approach so that everyone can feel involved. The political side, governments, the administration, the civil society, and many other players. So thank you for mentioning it, and thank you for mentioning the thing about the train and not missing the train, which is of course essential. And thank you for your optimism, the half full glass. That's the way we should do it. If we just listen to the challenges and the gaps, we could panic or feel pessimistic or upset, but we need to overcome all these challenges and see the glass half full, which is one of the goals of the government of Extremadura. Thank you, Pablo. Yes, just for your, I just want to talk about that very interesting question about the involvement of the private sector, the incentives are there. But as yesterday someone said, the main problem is information, the knowledge exchange, knowledge transfer. The ambassador talked about what embassies, what delegations do. But in our consultation, we found out that people are not aware of them. Not in Europe and not at the other side of the ocean. That is the real challenge. Thank you. So someone raised their hand, Christian. Thank you. If I may, aside from all these meetings and summits, there is one more, the academic summit that we are preparing with the FAPI, the Costa Rica's National University, and another preparatory seminar, the 30th and the 31st of January in Costa Rica, that will try and define again the very ambitious, the major project of to create a common higher education space. I personally believe in that. This is my personal train. You believe in one train, I believe in another train. I don't want to miss that train. We are focusing on the goal. This goal needs convergence. For example, in the preparation, in the run-up for this summit, EU and LAC summit next year, this will be a powerful tool, more than you think, or more than some people think at the beginning. More than what some people thought at the beginning. There were some highs and lows, and it will be the 6th academic summit. Even if the official bi-regional summit did not take place, we kept on working and preparing that space. We would appreciate the support of the diplomatic bi-regional summit, otherwise we won't reach the speed we need. But if we have the support of the summit, together we can have a great operational result. Thank you, Christian. Yes, thank you for your contribution. We think it's essential. So we'd like to join because, of course, the academic world should contribute. And yes, it's been working on at least the academic side of it. So this is the end of this table. Before the closing session, we have a few minutes left. The closing session will be very interesting. Thank you.
Sí. Vamos tomando asiento, por favor.
Thank you very much. We have reached this last part of our 2-day very intense meeting on relationships between the EU and CELAC, creating certainties in the face of global common challenges. I would like to emphasize the title, Creating Certainties. That's essential. And we have to thank all participants for their many proposals and for the hope that these proposals gives us. We will transmit this to the authorities in the event that we're organizing in December in Brussels. So please send me your texts in writing to make it easier for us to transmit this information through our report. We're leaving this meeting full of energy and with many ideas that will help us strengthen the relationships and will help us make recommendations in this next summit that will take place in Colombia. I want to give special thanks to the representative from Colombia for being here. Yesterday, he was telling us that he was going back home with some homework done. We hope that that homework will contribute to having a great summit. Let's start closing the event. I want to thank Monica. Please, can you help me pronounce your last name? Krepkowska, who's the head of business of the Polish embassy in Spain. Poland is a very important country because they will have the presidency of the European Union in the next semester, and we think that this topic is going to be really important, and we will have to count on the commitment and support of Poland in our work. Thanks so much for responding to our invitation. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event. I want to apologize for not being able to attend this event fully, but I was able to follow some of the interventions online. And I can see that the discussions were very fruitful. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean remain a major space of interest for the European Union, considering their huge potential and economic power and potential. Relationships between the EU and the CELAC have become increasingly important given the challenges that the EU is facing. One of the most important ones is the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, that is a country that neighbors the European borders and more particularly my country's borders. The Union is having to face other challenges that are putting at risk the international security. One is the growing Russian disinformation that is being filtered to different regions and different social levels. Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean are among the most vulnerable and most affected countries in terms of this disinformation. The EU is realizing that this is happening and is trying to fight against the foreign information manipulation and interference, but to no avail. We should not forget the historic conditions of the Latin American continent and its ties in the past with what now is Russia. The Russian aggression in Ukraine still divides the region. Some countries have not changed at all their bilateral contacts with Moscow. Russian influence is still outstanding. And in addition to Russian influence, Chinese influences are increasingly remarkable. When we talk about relations between EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, we have to remember that this region is not uniform at all. There are differences and discrepancies not only between the subregions but also between countries themselves. Bilateral contacts, individual contacts, require not only goodwill but also delicacy and sensitivity. It was very hard and it took a long time to convince our Latin American and Caribbean partners that we want to develop relations based on equality. But equality must involve efforts from both sides. However, in the last years, the region has been treated as a priority partner, avoiding many conflicts. The tactics were the inclusiveness, and inclusiveness has generated results. The dynamics of this relationship started in 2022 by the High Representative of the Union for External Affairs and Security Policy, Josep Borrell. This policy will remain. Caracalas, who will be in charge of this office since December, mentioned among her priorities the organization of the EU-CELAC summit in Bogota in 2025 in agreement with the agenda set in the previous meeting. My country, Poland, that is going to be president of the European Council in the next semester, has shown its intention to foster all these activities to promote the bi-regional dialogue. Both regions have many topics to discuss, and next year, with the changes that will happen, these will be renewed. One of the most important priorities, and I think very timeless so, of our presidency will be security in all its dimensions: military, energy, food, civil, economic, sanity, and information security. Poland wants to encompass all the topics, but the priority is priority. The first priority is security in the face of the Russian threat. We want to build better resistance. We want to improve protection against disinformation, and this priority encompasses Latin America. I want to wrap up by saying that conferences like this are an extraordinary opportunity to exchange ideas and viewpoints. As a representative of Poland and Spain, I'm open and available to all of you. Everyone who wants to work with us as the future the future presidency or in other topics, we can work together because we are far away, but there's no doubt that we are together in the face of our initiatives and in the face of the challenges. Thank you very much for your words, and we take note of this priority that is security. I will give the floor to Pablo Hurtado Pardo as representatives of the regional government of Extremadura and as member of the Board of Trustees of the Juste Foundation. Thank you very much, Miguel. Thanks, Mrs. Ambassador, Mr. Counselor, Head of Businesses. For me, it is a great honor and a pleasure to be closing this event organized by the Juste Foundation. It is an honor for me indeed to be a member of the Board of Trustees of the Justa Foundation. I want to thank on behalf of the organization, the foundation, and on behalf of the regional government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for bringing this event here and making it possible for us to be part of this event. We believe that we have many things to say here in Extremadura. Her Excellency the Ambassador and I were mentioning that we hope that we have grounds to host this event. One of the main ones is our historic relationship and the presence that Extremadura has had in these relations, but being able to do this, to host this meeting here in Guadalupe, it's an honor. This is where everything started. We want to maintain this presence, and doing it so through the Justa Foundation, it makes all the sense in the world, because the Justa Foundation is organizing every year these spaces for reflection, for analysis, that gather different experts from different environments and representatives from organizations that have larger capacity and advocacy capacity in Europe, the Latin America, and the Caribbean. I want to emphasize my gratitude to all the organizations that have been here. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to follow the 2 days of the meeting, but I know that there was a great atmosphere, and I'm really convinced that the outcome of this event will be taken into consideration when it comes to improving the roadmaps. It is great to hear that the next presidency of the European Union will have its own priorities that are in common with ours. Count on Extremadura. We will work, obviously, with the government of Spain, and it will be an honor for us to host you again, whether in Guadalupe, whether in Juste through the foundation, because in Extremadura, we have a lot to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we're going to give the floor to Her Excellency, the Ambassador Carmen Fernandez Torres, who's on a special mission for the summits and Ibero-American space. Thank you very much. First, I would like to congratulate and thank the Juste Foundation and the Royal Monastery of Santa Maria de Guadalupe for hosting us here to discuss something that from the viewpoint of the government of Spain is of paramount importance, like bi-regional relations between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. Going back to the title, certainty. This is a word that makes us dizzy because there are such fast changes happening. And it is clear that we have a series of certainty, and that has been made patent. One is that we have the obligation and the mandate to understand each other, to dialogue, and to keep advancing in our shared agenda. And we have the certainty of our work, our commitment, and the hope that in this joint work, we will be able to find shared solutions for problems that affect us to a different degree in all our countries. And we also have the mandate to keep exploring the potential and all the complementarities that exist and that we have to keep generating. To this end, it is very important. And I want to echo what Brunori said in his presentation. I take note of the need to work more with some regions like the Caribbean. We have to keep working together in fields that are so important in our daily lives, like security, mobility, transitions, respect to the environment, and inclusion. In our Ibero-American community, that is half of the EU-CELAC group, and this should translate into deliverables, specific deliverables. We have to produce deliverables that have a direct influence in citizens' lives. And there's another level that is more geopolitical. We need to be an alternative to develop all those principles and values that have characterized our region since the beginning and that are the point of departure that forced us to dialogue. To this end, we need to work based on our affinity and our similarities. We need to react faster and we need to be more efficient to generate responses for our societies, responses that are at the level of their expectations. I would like to finish by saying that one of the things that has helped the most to the construction of Europe is the daily assimilation of policies in our lives. Our lives have been transformed by the progress in the European Union. Some of the progress were questioned. And I remember there was a report that was called Cecchini that talked about the cost of not having Europe. And the cost of not having Europe is very high. And I would like to propose and launch a question. What would be the cost of not having a dialogue between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean? And this answer to this question should force us to make the most of all fora and summits, to make the most of this convergence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Her Excellency. I want to emphasize that when it comes to the Caribbean, we will take them into consideration in Brussels. We invited them here. It wasn't possible to have them here. They tried to be here, but their agendas were very tight. And in Brussels, we will have the opportunity of having representation from different countries from the Caribbean. We are going to close this meeting, and since we're looking at the future, we have to give the floor to Colombia last. We have to give the floor to the representative from Colombia, Santario Mejia Idarraga. Since I'm in charge of closing the meeting, I want to thank the Juste Foundation for organizing this meeting. We are very happy with it because this helps us greatly as a country to have ideas on how to organize our presidency based on what has been discussed here. Hopefully, it would be great if we could have more spaces like this. I think this is one of the first level of the construction of our shared agenda. I want to thank Extremadura for your kindness and for hosting us. It is very inspiring to be addressing these topics in this beautiful place that is so connected to the thought and the idea of Charles V. We want to thank the organizers and we want to thank Poland for their support to our summit. I want to thank Miguel for his capacity to synthesize ideas. It would be great if summits were dynamized or facilitated the way you facilitate these meetings. Colombia wants to invite you all to join our summit. It's not a transgressive summit. It's going to be a summit aimed at giving continuity to our achievements. We're going to try to focus on what we can improve in this framework of lack of certainties because of the geopolitical changes that have been mentioned here. In our view, there are two topics that are very important as drivers. First, we have our experience in the bi-regional relationship in terms of our peace process. Our peace process is very sui generis. It's very specific of Colombia, but there we could see that with the support of Europe, consensus and agreement was possible with us as the Latin America counterpart. We believe that the infrastructure that we have in Colombia in terms of the support from the European Union to our process could be used to promote the dialogues that will take place in Bogota in the summit next year. We also want to emphasize the experience that we had in the COP in Cali. We believe that the energy transition and taking care of biodiversity is something that is a topic that brings us all together because the challenges are shared. And with this vision, we would like to organize a summit in which green transition should be the guiding principle. We are announcing this. This is a mandate that President Petro gave to Chancellor Murillo, and we have been working on this, and we have created different activities in line with the presidency that Honduras is handing over to us. We have hosted the Digital Alliance between EU and Latin America and the Caribbean with the presence of 33 member countries. All of these countries participated. In this summit, we addressed cybersecurity and cooperation, defense of human rights through technology, etc. And then on October 26, in the framework of the General Assembly of the UN, we had a meeting of the Foreign Affairs Ministries that included ministers from the EU and CELAC, and there we established the priorities in the framework of the roadmap towards 2025 before the next ministerial meeting that will take place in the spring 2025. And all of this in preparation for the regional summit that will be held in Bogota. From the presidency of Honduras, we want to emphasize the coordination mechanism that was announced in May in Tegucigalpa and the focus on strengthening trade ties and investment ties to establish a reliable supply chains, promote sustainable growth and the creation of jobs on both regions with an emphasis on a fast implementation of the global gateway agenda, as well as the importance of emphasizing the role of the EU-CELAC Foundation. Our Chancellery is working with the Parliament of Colombia to adopt this on the side of Colombia. We would want to do this before the summit. Regarding the tasks that have been mentioned here, I am very happy because I think we are going to coincide to a very large extent. There were proposals from the two banks, and they emphasize the need to prioritize tangible projects that may help us advance when ideology stalls. So these specific projects can help us move forward. I also liked to hear how we should include in our summit's agenda security governance. We have a security perspective that is not about securitization, it's about human security in the framework of the peace agreements that we are trying to develop. This is surely going to be part of our summit. We also want to include one of the proposals that were raised yesterday in the afternoon regarding a network on justice. Maybe this is a discussion that we should hold with Conjiv. And there's a proposal that satisfies me the most, and that is, and I'm going to transmit this to my chancellery, giving important role to the participation of universities. In Madrid, we have been invited to over 10 events that were similar to this, but they were organized by universities. There is an ecosystem, a very large ecosystem that is interesting and that should be included. We want to invite you to Colombia. We really hope to have your participation, high-level delegations, particularly in the context of these geopolitical challenges that we have. Welcome to Colombia next year, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister and Chancellor. In the foundation, we have a tradition. This is a time to give. Well, does anyone want to take the floor before closing the meeting? Okay, Christine has the floor. I wanted to echo the idea from Ambassador Fernandez of studying the cost of the non-strategic alliance between CELAC and the European Union, because that study would make it clear how it doesn't make sense to waste words when there is so much to do. Up until the end, you were contributing with good ideas. So if there are no other interventions, I want to thank all the entities that supported us and that are here with us, starting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I want to thank all the panelists, the different embassies from different countries, the different institutions that wanted to support this event. We have a full list of homework, but we also have a list of tasks that will help us in our work. I want to thank the technical team, the team from the foundation, the team from the ministry that has been supporting us in creating this agenda. We want to thank all the participants, over 100 that have been following us on YouTube. And I'm sure as we start disseminating the meeting on the media, on social media, we will have more people benefiting from it. People from over 25 countries have been following us, thanks to the interpreters that made it possible to share this work not only with Spanish speakers, but with the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Enjoy your afternoon. Have a wonderful weekend, and see you in Brussels. I hope that we can keep contributing to this relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.